never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. A new poll shows there's still very strong support for former President Trump in his home state of Florida. If the election were held today, he'd still beat Florida Governor Ron DeSantis by 20 points in that state, despite the federal classified documents indictment in Miami.
We did test Donald Trump in Florida among all voters, and he still had about a 50% approval rating among Floridians. Where he does very well is white working-class voters.
Florida Atlantic University political science chair Dr. Kevin Wagner says their new survey also revealed about 20% of respondents feel it would be disloyal not to vote for Trump. The federal prosecutor handling the investigation into Hunter Biden's taxes is pushing back against claims made by an IRS whistleblower.
In a letter to the top Republican on the Senate Judiciary Committee, U.S. Attorney David Weiss said he did not request a special counsel designation in the probe, contrary to testimony made by the whistleblower. He also said he's never been denied the authority to bring charges against Hunter in any jurisdiction. The whistleblower told congressional Republicans top DOJ officials interfered in Weiss's investigation. The president's son agreed to a plea deal in his tax case in June. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The U.S. Marine Corps is without a leader for the first time in over 160 years. Commandant General David Berger officially retired, leaving his assistant commandant as acting leader until he's confirmed in the Senate. But Republican Senator Tommy Tuberville of Alabama has a hold on Pentagon nominees over its abortion policies. New York City Mayor Eric Adams says security guards have always been stationed at shelters.
You can't put thousands of people in a shelter. It would be irresponsible to not have security.
He notes thousands of migrants are still arriving in New York City every week. And moviegoers have purchased tickets to see Barbie and Oppenheimer on the same day. Both films will hit theaters July 21st. This is USA News.
This ad furnished by Nesmith Taju LLC. Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to 27cash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
27cash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news. I went to 27cash.com and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to 27cash.com. That's 27cash.com. 27cash.com.
The U.S. is marking a milestone in Ukraine's war against Russia. The conflict's now surpassed 500 days. State Department spokesman Matthew Miller.
The Ukrainian people have endured the Russian government's relentless attacks against homes, schools, hospitals, playgrounds, nuclear facilities, shopping malls, restaurants, and other infrastructure.
Bloomberg reports Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky will attend the NATO summit Wednesday in Lithuania as his country is seeking to join the alliance. The new social media site Threads has become the fastest growing online platform ever. But is that a good thing?
There are questions about how the Facebook-owned company is using your personal information.
They need to know what we buy so they can serve up the ads.
Tech blogger Michael Garfield says this app is no worse or no better than any others out there. He said users agree to give up some of their privacy in return for access. I'm John Schaefer.
Madonna says she's on the road to recovery after her recent ICU stay.
The pop icon shared a statement on social media. For the first time since it was revealed she suffered a bacterial infection. She said her first thought when she woke up in the hospital was about her children. Madonna said the plan right now is for the North American portion of her celebration tour to be rescheduled, while the European leg will start in October. She added that she couldn't be more grateful for the care and support she has received from fans. Lisa G., New York.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, We'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got the hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty then, what do you say? Lights, cameras, here we go. Action underway on a Tuesday. Well, at least for our friends in the Eastern Time Zone. The rest of you will be joining us hour by hour as we turn the page on the calendar. Everybody settled in, got the new week underway here. As we make our way into the 11th day of July. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Here we find ourselves in our secret bunker, a comfortable night, 69 degrees, clear skies. Beautiful start to the new week here. Who wants to be a millionaire? Well, seeing as I'm sitting behind this microphone, I'm not. Powerball. I did make my $10 contribution this past day, which garnered nada. Here in a few hours, we will watch and await results if there was indeed a winner anywhere in the country. Do not know at this point. Results are pending, according to the Powerball website. But the number is drawn just over an hour ago. Monday night's drawing, which the jackpot had bumped up to $675 million. Your winning numbers: 2, 24, 34, 53, 58, and the Powerball number, lucky number 13, which is more often than not unlucky number 13. But there are your numbers. Out of my 5 wagers, I think I matched one number one time. That was the number 2. Whoop-de-doo. That's a nada. A big old 0. So, well, like I said, keep an eye on things. If there was not a winner, where do you go? From $675 million to, what, $750? $800? Yeah, it's going to be somewhere in that range if I had to wager a guess. Wow. Meanwhile, yes, 24 hours ago, right at this point in time, we were talking about the flooding scenario that was unfolding in the Northeast. It is still raining in upstate New York. Things beginning to wind down in Vermont and New Hampshire, with the exception of the northernmost reaches of those states. But I mean, it's pretty much rained all day long. What some forecasters were describing this past afternoon as a one in 1,000-year flood. A 1,000-year flood. Okay, let's talk about climate change, right? No, it's one fatality confirmed after this very slow-moving system brought torrential rain, life-threatening flooding starting Sunday, continuing into Monday. We did talk last evening about Orange County in the Hudson Valley region, among the hardest hit areas on Sunday. A woman in her mid-30s killed when she tried to leave her house with her dog in Highlands, New York. According to the Orange County executive, Steve Niehaus, he said he believes the victim's house floated away. According to officials, the dog and the victim's family were okay. Highlands, of course, is a town in Orange County, about 40 miles north of New York City there. Multiple vehicles trapped, submerged in those floodwaters in Orange County Sunday. A portion of U.S. Highway 6 near Fort Montgomery, New York, collapsing west of the Palisades Interstate Parkway Sunday evening. The roads washed out. And in some areas, where was it? I believe it was Highlands, was pretty much cut off from the rest of the world. Orange County experienced, here's the quote, a 1 in 1,000 year weather event Sunday night, according to Governor Kathy Hochul in a press conference Monday morning. The rain has subsided, but the crisis is not over. Just after 5 o'clock Eastern time, a flood emergency was issued in parts of the Hudson Valley. Highest rainfall total in New York Sunday came in from Putnam Valley, about 43 miles north of New York City. As of 8 o'clock Monday morning, 10.49 inches of rain had been measured there. Yes, 10.5 inches. The Metro North Railroad service was suspended Sunday due to the flooding rain, and continued suspended through Monday due to the impact of severe storms in northern Westchester, Putnam, and Dutchess counties, leaving behind high water, trees, boulders, and other debris. They've cut off that rail service line. Amtrak services between Albany, New York, and New York City were temporarily suspended because of flood damage to the Metro North tracks there in the Hudson Valley washout. Roads were literally transformed into raging rivers across Vermont Monday morning as the rains continued to fall. According to Vermont State Police, at least 24 roads across the state were closed due to flooding. National Weather Service office in Burlington issued a flash flood emergency central Vermont Monday morning. That was the first flash flood emergency to ever be issued in the state since that was implemented back in 2014, the implementation of a flash flood emergency. Of course, forecasters, we were talking about that 24 hours ago, told us the flooding was going to be potentially, life-threatening, incredible there in Vermont. Amazing. Just the one fatality there in New York at this point in time is all we are aware of. But we do continue to have numerous flood warnings and still some flash flood warnings there in the Northeast, upstate New York, both Vermont, New Hampshire, and some of western Maine tonight. Meanwhile, elsewhere around the country, several areas, thunderstorm activity, a line of storms right through central portions of Wisconsin tonight. That is prompting several severe thunderstorm warnings in central and east central Wisconsin. Another cluster of thunderstorms rolling through north central Kansas, prompting severe thunderstorm warnings there at this hour. Some torrential rains in the mix. Looks like that line of storms in Wisconsin is going to be dropping into the Green Bay area over about the next hour. That line of storms there in north central Kansas, dealing with some hail, straight line winds. Looks like a pretty significant bow echo, indicative of strong straight line winds with that particular cluster of thunderstorms. Spotty showers elsewhere, some rain east of Roswell, New Mexico, little cluster of showers, thunderstorms over toward Abilene. And we see some rain in Montana tonight. A line of showers stretching from about Billings on up to the Canadian border, some other spotty showers in parts of Montana. Matter of fact, Debbie, pretty much right out of the box there, points that out. 65 degrees, thunderstorms, and cool temperatures through the overnight hours tonight. So travel safely. God bless the drivers out there. Good morning to Joe Self. Hello, Steve, and the overnight listeners. Little muggy here, Winchester, Virginia tonight. But everybody have a good night. Hello to Rodney, a.k.a. Roadmaster. Chillicothe, Ohio, on board. And good morning to the gang, he says. Thank you, drivers, for what you do. Drive safely out there. All right. Good afternoon. That has to be Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. 71 degrees, Fishkill, New York at this hour. Shorty, down south, I-95 southbound, the Georgia-Florida line. It's Orlando, turnaround number 1 with 77 degrees. All right, Rock Pick, what's happening? Hello, Steve, truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. It's a clear night here in Rochester, New York. Happy Taco Tuesday, all you hardworking Americans. Everybody watch out for the other drivers. Stay safe and enjoy. All right, let's see. Miss Millie's granddaughter has a birthday today. That's Gabby. Happy birthday, Gabby. Have a great day, and thanks for taking care of your Grammy, a.k.a. Miss Millie. All right, thanks for chiming in there. Hello, Captain Ron is in the house. Semper Fi. Pappy, 69 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's time to tune in to Overnight Drive Radio, broadcasting somewhere in the secret bunker in Hamilton County. P.S. Stock up on food and water. Be prepared. Just a friendly service announcement from Pappy. Hammer down and be safe. Let it roll. Are you with me? Fancy you would say that. Big Ed, are you with me? I saw Ed shared this past evening. He said, well, that was a fine how do you do. I'm running along with the windows down and enjoying this cool Nebraska air. A bull hauler comes blowing by. Right about the time the middle of his trailer gets even with my driver's door, one of the cows lets loose with a yellow stream of you-know-what. Got it all over my arm, splashed on my face. 2 showers in less than 24 hours. I would say parts of me is clean, as is shower time and wiping down the armrest. I guess a little bit of air freshener might help the inside of the cab now. Oh, well, it could have been worse. It could have been that green bull, you-know-what, shish kebab. Other than that, all is well in paradise. Nothing like a little shower, unexpected out there on the highway. I think I'd like to point the finger of blame to, what do you wager? Was that a nice chrome-plated bull hauler cow truck there? Was that Lauren Weiss, our 2-time world champion bull hauler that set you up there, Big Ed? All right, we'll get to some of our other listening friends checking, and you never know what you'll encounter out there, right? Our number, 844-844-3388. Welcome into a Tuesday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. All right, hello to Rubber Duck checking in. This is at the home 20. I guess we'll head out about 7 in the morning. I actually fell asleep watching the Home Run Derby, but man, what a show that was. You got the full report coming up there. Hang on momentarily. Hello from the Michigan Madman. I'm getting back in my groove. Online racing. All right, that's good news. Glad you're beginning to make the turnaround, starting to feel better there, Michigan Madman. Let's see. We mentioned Gabby had a birthday today. I guess right about the time I was mentioning that, she chimed in, this is Gabby. Grammy had to lay down. I think she's asleep. Now, my other grandmother told me to stay off Grammy's phone, but she's not here. So everybody be quiet. Be blessed. There you go. Let's see. Happy birthday, Gabby. Good to have you with us. Hello from Galveston, Texas. James checks in. Everybody be safe. Have a good show. Thank you very much. Buckeye Boy said, hey, who won the Home Run Derby? All right. Well, the headline is, like father, like son. Just as his dad did in 2007, Toronto Blue Jays first baseman Vladimir Guerrero Jr. powered his way through T-Mobile Park to win the 23 Home Run Derby. The runner-up in 2019, Guerrero Jr. knocked 25 home runs in the final round against Tampa Bay Rays outfielder Randy Arozarena. Is that Rosarina? He hit 23. So 25 for Guerrero Jr. So it also marked a first in Derby history as Guerrero Sr. and Guerrero Jr. became the first father-son duo to have a home run Derby title. How about that? Now, besides Rosarina, Guerrero Jr., the biggest highlight of the night was the hometown kid, Julio Rodriguez, who in front of a raucous home crowd hit 41 dingers in the first round, making history with the most home runs in one round in Home Run Derby history. How about that? 41? Wow, pretty impressive. I'm just kind of imagining Rubber Duck was still awake when that occurred. That was that first round. At some point, he dozed off, though. But there's your rundown. Home Run Derby 2023. Of course, tonight, Tuesday night, it will be the All-Star Game. And I'm not sure, timing-wise, start-wise, heck, that game may actually still be going or close to finishing. I don't know, with the countdown clock and all that, the changes they've made this year. In the past, I know home run, especially the fact that they're all the way out in Washington State in the West Coast time zone. But I think they base everything on probably like, an 8 o'clock Eastern time start, I would imagine. I'll have to double check into that. But all right, All-Star Game tonight. Let's see. Good morning, Steve. It's Jeff from New York City, live from rehab in New York City. Thanks for getting me through the night. All right. Well, good to have you with us there, Jeffrey. Again, I got your message last evening at checking in from the hospital. Not in a good mood. All right. Timothy is on board. Checked in via Facebook. He's heading over to Rumble. Come join in, he says. There's Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. 70 degrees, kind of a muggy night. All is good on the home front. TV and internet working, thanks to her son, who came to his wife and kids to drop off one of the granddaughters who's staying with us for the week. Yeah, it took him about 10 minutes. I'll be loading for Houston tomorrow about the noon hour. I won't leave till about 8 o'clock in the evening or so, and I don't deliver till Thursday. Well, I have plenty of time. We are slow right now as is one of my friends that has a tractor trailer company. Yeah, not real good. Everybody have a great night and be careful out there. All right, yeah, we've been discussing some slower freight at this point in time. Hello, Gilligan, getting your week started there. Good morning, Steve, fellow listeners. Driving in the moonlight at the airport of Roanoke, Virginia tonight, 72 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. All right, so there you go. Yeah, Rubber Duck said, yeah, I saw the 41 dingers. Actually knocked the Oriole player out who had 27. Okay, let's see. Powerball is showing $725 million on the billboard in Crossville, Tennessee. All right, if they've got a confirmation already that there is no winner, that's pretty darn quick that they were able to get that all confirmed, but I'll see if I can pull that up here in just a moment. Get a confirmation. We'll be back following a news break just ahead here, but all right, I would, with the fact that it jumped up to $675 million, I'm thinking it probably would jump bigger than that, probably at least $100 million for the next drawing. When we come back, though, we'll get some of the industry headlines and, of course, your calls. Phone lines are open at 844-3388. Well, some good news in the trucking industry. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has spent many years advocating for the efforts to end predatory lease purchase agreements in the industry. We'll give you more.
USA News Update. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is weighing in on his presidential campaign, which is trailing that of former President Trump by 20 points in the latest polling from Florida Atlantic University.
We have been the target of the corporate media. They clearly do not want me to be the nominee, and I think it's because they know that I would beat Biden soundly. But more importantly than that, they know that I will actually accomplish the big things that we know need to be accomplished.
DeSantis tells the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show those accomplishments include shutting down the border and reversing Bidenomics. The mayor of Los Angeles is renewing her homelessness emergency declaration. Mayor Karen Bass calls the homeless crisis there a matter of life and death. The updated declaration is designed to give the mayor expanded emergency powers. It's estimated about 46,000 residents in L.A. are living without housing. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you have heart failure and often hear,
"Those stomach issues ruined your birthday"?
"You're too tired to play catch, Grandpa."
Sweetie, you haven't touched your tools since the carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis.
If these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, talk to your cardiologist and ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. That's connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Ew. Gotta get rid of this old Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks, boys.
Tell me why.
I've washed it so many times, but the odor won't come out.
Tell me why.
No, you tell me why I can't get rid of this odor.
Have you tried new Downy Rinse and Refresh? It doesn't just cover up odors, it helps remove them.
Wow, it worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes more odor in one wash than the leading value detergent in 3 washes. Find it wherever you buy laundry products.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, did a quick check there. Indeed, Carol, that is correct. According to the Powerball website, there was no jackpot winner. I guess when the computers around the country are all working from state to state, they can confirm that pretty quickly. So it does indeed say $725 million is the next jackpot. Which, when is that? Is that Wednesday night? They do like 3 a week, right? Yep. $725 million. There was one $2 million winner in the state of Iowa. They matched all 5 with the power play. So that's $2 million. There was $1 million winner in the state of California. Matched all 5, but did not have that unlucky number 13, the actual Powerball number. All right, so there you go. Powerball mania. It'll start ramping up here. Bidu checking in. Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Norman, storms rolling through, some heavy rain. He said just south of the Nebraska line. He's north central Kansas. Yeah, that's the line that has been producing some severe thunderstorm warnings right there in north central Kansas. So it got a half-inch of rain in like just the last 30 minutes. So putting it down like cats and dogs, right? All right, so I guess this is a positive development in the trucking industry. You know, these predatory lease purchase deals that we've been talking around, we've been talking for decades. Spurred by OOIDA's efforts, which led to a provision in the 2021 infrastructure law, a new truck leasing task force will finally kick off this week. The virtual meeting will take place from 10 a.m. till 3:30 Eastern Time today, Tuesday, July 11. The task force aims to end predatory lease purchase practices throughout the industry. They will provide recommendations to the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration at a time when the country needs truck drivers more than ever. We must do everything we can to support the men and women who work in this vital industry. The Truck Leasing Task Force is taking a hard look at leasing agreements, part of our effort to ensure every truck driver has good working conditions and can make a good living. Among the goals of the task force will be to evaluate the effects of commercial motor vehicle lease agreements and to discuss best practices for future agreements. Now, today's meeting, they say, will include opening remarks from Pete Buttigieg and FMCSA Administrator Robin Hutchison, a review of the requirements that were ordered by Congress, and committee discussions on the problem in the industry. Public comment period is slated from 3 till 3:25 Eastern. All right, what do we have? The full agenda. All right, I won't bore you with that. The task force itself consists of 9 industry representatives, some owner-operators, some attorneys, of course, Paul Cullen Jr. with the Cullen Law Firm, Troy Hawkins, a consulting and logistics LLC, who's an independent owner-operator, Jim Jefferson with the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, a consumer protection division, Joshua Kraus with OTR Leasing LLC, Caitlin Long with the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, Steve Rush with Carbon Express, one of the motor carriers, Leslie C., Animal Defense Partnership Incorporated, so that's another attorney on the panel, and Steve Viselli, Ph.D., University of Pennsylvania, who's an economic sociologist. Big title. Truck Leasing Task Force addresses one of trucking's great challenges. According to Robin Hutchinson in a news release, leasing can have a major impact on people choosing trucking as their career. Protecting drivers is of the utmost importance. So the FMCSA is committed to addressing some of the issues that may impact the recruitment and retention of drivers in the trucking industry. There's been many drivers, what would you say, had by some of these predatory lease agreements over the years, losing thousands of dollars. All right, with that, it is 844-844-3388. See what's going on with Hillbilly. Hey there.
Good morning, Steve. How we doing?
Well, made it through Monday. The hard part's behind us.
I hear you. Oh, like I always said, you got to go through Monday to get to Friday.
That's it.
What about, I didn't get to talk about it yet. I didn't work last night, but how you like that still at home?
Wasn't that? Yeah, I don't think we even actually touched on. Wasn't that? I was watching that game that night. We just that was unbelievable.
I'm telling you, first time someone done that since 1919. What they said.
That's correct. So it's been over 100 years.
But I mean, as I can't remember which announcer said he's the most exciting baseball player in the leagues right now. Everybody's watching him.
Because here just a couple weeks ago, he hit for what they call the cycle, right? Yeah, single, double, triple home run in a game. That's very uncommon. He's done a handful of records being set by this young guy.
Yep, he is. He's definitely. I don't know how they got him. They drafted him or traded for him, but that was a heck of a deal that the Reds did.
I was a little bit confused on, because he made his way to first. All right, so he steals second on the next pitch. And then the following pitch, he stole third. But what happened there? So he gets up and he's just, I guess nobody called time. And the pitcher turned around, wasn't paying attention, and off to home he went.
That's it. The pitcher basically went to sleep. He was kind of walking around, kind of disgusted because no one was covering third to try to, or they couldn't even make a throw when he stole third.
Yeah.
He just watched him with his back turned, and I think it was the first baseman or someone pointed at him, and by that time it's done too late.
Wow.
I mean, he's quick.
Yes, he is.
Oh, well, you just ruined my news. I didn't win.
Oh, you're not a millionaire either, huh?
No. I bought one in Kentucky. I'm like, she said Ohio. I went, well, I don't buy one in Ohio. My hometown. I'm like, try again Wednesday. Put my $3 in.
Mm-hmm.
So, as my wife says, they look so easy to hit, but they're so hard.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, like I said, I mean, with my $10, I mean, that's 5 plays, only one number out of, I guess that's 24, 36 numbers. 36 numbers played, only matched one time.
I know she said she got 4 quick picks for Saturday's drawing. And she looked at me and says, I didn't even get a damn number.
Not a number.
Not a number. I'm like, oh, well. We can all dream, though, what it would do.
Yeah.
And Big Ed, when we had the dairy, I can't tell you how many times I took a shower or got splattered growing up. It's just part of the game.
Yeah.
So I just maybe chuckled and think back when we had the dairy. But, oh, well. Steve, I'll let someone else get on here and have a good night.
All right, thank you for checking in there. Hillbilly, be safe out there. Well, looks like Miss Millie woke up. Uh-oh. Well, good morning, Steve, and all the overnight gang. I had to get up, forgot to get the last meds of the day. Gabby does say, good night, thanks for the birthday wishes. Now, she said her other grandmother won't let her have Facebook or Rumble. So she likes to listen when she's here, especially when I've conked out. But thanks to each and everyone for being there and keeping me company. Everybody be safe and blessed out there. Okay. Happy birthday again there, Gabby. Top of the morning, Rob checks in here in northern Maine. I'm kind of happy to be feeding the folks of northern Maine and Canada tonight. Looks like New England is pretty well underwater. I mean, flooding everywhere up here. Yes, indeed. Everybody have a safe night. I mean, they said, washed out roads all over the place, especially in Vermont and parts of New Hampshire, New York as well. All right, rolling up on 16 before the hour. It is 844-3388. Hello to Debbie. Morning, Steve. It's a nice 66 here in Indiana. We're heading up to 88 today. We've got 460 days till the cruise. Already got that countdown clock ticking, 460 days. Everybody be safe out there, especially my special driver. And everybody have a terrific Tuesday. There you go. All right, other industry headlines. Yellow Corporation. I know. Got to give you the latest, though. Yellow bought some more time as they fight for survival with a deal that waives certain covenants under their credit agreements. This agreement, effective retroactive to June 30th, and filed with the Securities and Exchange Commission late on Friday. According to the 8K filing with the SEC, the amended and restated credit agreement between the LTL carrier and a consortium of lenders did have a testing deadline for covenant compliance on June 30. That now has been delayed. In a prepared statement released to FreightWaves, Yellow said the agreement for 1 quarter was with the U.S. Treasury and for 2 quarters with its term lenders. The agreement also waives a covenant compliance deadline that had been in place for September 30th. Now, the waiver in question is described as testing Yellow's compliance with a minimum consolidated EBITDA financial covenant. As part of the agreement, the lenders will require Yellow to provide its lenders with regular reports on the state of its finances. Beginning Wednesday, Yellow will be required to provide the lenders with a weekly liquidity report. In that report will be the total amount of liquidity at Yellow, including unrestricted cash on hand that is held for payroll and to settle contracts, and the amount of money defined as availability that the company's holding. Yeah, one piece of positive news for Yellow is that liquidity not fall below $35 million. Now, elsewhere in the 8K, liquidity at Yellow is said to be in excess of $100 million. The lenders will also appoint an operational advisor at Yellow. That person will, among other things, provide financial planning and analysis services and assistance creating the aforementioned budgets. The budget reference is to a requirement that beginning this week, Yellow must deliver weekly to the lenders a 13-week consolidated operating budget and a budget variance report. The report will spell out actual results against the amount budgeted in the 13-week period. Beginning in 2 weeks, a monthly supplement to each budget will be required under the terms of the agreement. Yellow will be getting other hands-on involvement from the lenders. Under the agreement, they have the right to designate a representative who would be a non-voting observer of any meetings of the company's board of directors or committees of the directors. Agreement also calls for a weekly call with the operational advisor and monthly calls with Yellow's senior management. I guess that's a pretty big development there. Yellow issued a statement saying we're pleased that we successfully negotiated adjusted covenant waivers to the existing credit agreement. What else? A report issued this past morning by the transportation team at Deutsche Bank said the bottom line in the agreement is the precarious position of Yellow, in our view. Lenders are clearly taking a much more active approach on the day-to-day operations than ever before. We think this is more noteworthy than the limited waivers, given the potential for additional business to exit the company as customers divert volumes. Also noted that the liquidity at Yellow, said to be in excess of $100 million, is still down from a figure just at the end of March, which was $168 million. Our customers want us to be here, even with all the noise around the company. Our shipment counts have held up. That's crucial for us to work through this period while we get to negotiations, said Yellow. Lastly, the SEC filing also disclosed that Yellow has recently sold an obsolete terminal in Compton, California for $80 million. Yellow said the sale was consistent with our modernization strategy, will not have a material impact on jobs. So sounds like, I don't know, a little bit of a lifeline from the lenders, which, I don't know, will this just delay the inevitable? You can't help but wonder, but there you go, update. All right, 10 before the hour, clear lines at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, yes, indeed. We mentioned the action on the dirt, Eldora Speedway this week. It's the $1 million to win. Yeah, Wheelchair Dave chimed in. He said, Steve, you do the math on that. The Eldora Million, the winner payout would translate to like $40,000 each lap of a 50-lap feature. Starts on Wednesday, hump day. Go Kyle Larson. Oh boy, I mean, there's going to be some stiff competition in the field there. The best of the best, but isn't that something? $40,000 a lap. Boy, oh boy. All right, it is 844-3388. Yes. Well, last evening we touched on the president's comment a couple days ago. Kind of, tip in our hand. Information that had no business being divulged to the public. And several callers to the program said, Joe, keep your mouth shut. Numerous commentators expressing concern after President Biden told reporters, asking about the decision to give cluster bombs to Ukraine, saying we've run out of ammunition. The remarks to the media made in passing as he left a speaking event about lowering health care costs in the East Room of the White House on July the 7th, a few days ago. In a more in-depth interview with CNN, Mr. Biden had said that after months of requests from Kyiv, the administration was making the very difficult decision to send controversial cluster bombs to Ukraine, despite his initial opposition to the request. The reason for the change, he said, was, quote, this is a war relating to munitions, and they're running out of that ammunition, and we are low on it, referring to medium caliber 155 millimeter artillery munitions. He went on to say that the less than ideal cluster bombs are a temporary solution, and they're being sent to Ukraine during a transition period until we and other manufacturing is able to supply Ukraine with more 155 ammunition. So this was the latest $800 million worth of arms and equipment from the Defense Department, recommended by the Pentagon. Reactions to that decision were varied. Some conservative pundits expressing concern and frustration. Why would the president be broadcasting to the world, including our adversaries, that our stocks of artillery are low? Several comments. Joe Biden broadcasting to the world that the U.S. is low on 155 millimeter shells. Does Biden not care that our adversaries in China are listening in? Let's see. Another Republican pundit says, hard to understand the benefit of sharing this information with the world. Political commentator Ian Miles Chong, who shared a clip of the comments on Twitter, says Joe Biden wasn't supposed to say the quiet part out loud. We've run out of ammunition. But now the cat's out of the bag, and one must ask whether continued support of Ukraine's military is now even feasible as the conflict rages on. Valid questions. But yeah, cat's out of the bag. For over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been your go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it. Sta-Bil storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And we close out hour number one. All right, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. A new poll shows there's still very strong support for former President Trump in his home state of Florida. If the election were held today, he'd still beat Florida Governor Ron DeSantis by 20 points in that state, despite the federal classified documents indictment in Miami.
We did test Donald Trump in Florida among all voters, and he still had about a 50% approval rating among Floridians. Where he does very well is white working-class voters.
Florida Atlantic University political science chair Dr. Kevin Wagner says their new survey also revealed about 20% of respondents feel it would be disloyal not to vote for Trump. The federal prosecutor handling the investigation into Hunter Biden's taxes is pushing back against claims made by an IRS whistleblower.
In a letter to the top Republican on the Senate Judiciary Committee, U.S. Attorney David Weiss said he did not request a special counsel designation in the probe, contrary to testimony made by the whistleblower. He also said he's never been denied the authority to bring charges against Hunter in any jurisdiction. The whistleblower told congressional Republicans top DOJ officials interfered in Weiss's investigation. The president's son agreed to a plea deal in his tax case in June. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The U.S. Marine Corps is without a leader for the first time in over 160 years. Commandant General David Berger officially retired, leaving his assistant commandant as acting leader until he's confirmed in the Senate. But Republican Senator Tommy Tuberville of Alabama has a hold on Pentagon nominees over its abortion policies. New York City Mayor Eric Adams says security guards have always been stationed at shelters.
You can't put thousands of people in a shelter. It would be irresponsible to not have security.
He notes thousands of migrants are still arriving in New York City every week. And moviegoers have purchased tickets to see Barbie and Oppenheimer on the same day. Both films will hit theaters July 21st. This is USA News.
Want to get the absolute most out of your workouts? Transparent Labs offer the finest pre-workout formulas to help you bulk or get lean and achieve your goals with stimulus-free supplements developed for peak performance. Transparent Labs is the industry-leading all-natural sports nutrition brand. The 100% grass-fed whey protein isolate is the cleanest protein supplement on the market. It tastes great, mixes well, and it's sourced from grass-fed, hormone-free U.S. cattle. All of Transparent Labs supplements are formulated using the most up-to-date scientific research in clinically effective dosages. Right now, get 20% off your first order at TransparentLabs.com with code RADIO at checkout. Use a clean supplement to help maximize your results with 100% natural ingredients and zero artificial sweeteners, colors, or flavors. Third-party lab tested for purity and potency. Get 20% off your first order today from TransparentLabs.com, code RADIO. Transparent Labs, driven by science, fueled by nature. Enter code RADIO at TransparentLabs.com.
The U.S. is marking a milestone in Ukraine's war against Russia. The conflict's now surpassed 500 days. State Department spokesman Matthew Miller.
The Ukrainian people have endured the Russian government's relentless attacks against homes, schools, hospitals, playgrounds, nuclear facilities, shopping malls, restaurants, and other infrastructure.
Bloomberg reports Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky will attend the NATO summit Wednesday in Lithuania as his country is seeking to join the alliance. The new social media site Threads has become the fastest growing online platform ever. But is that a good thing?
There are questions about how the Facebook-owned company is using your personal information.
They need to know what we buy so they can serve up the ads.
Tech blogger Michael Garfield says this app is no worse or no better than any others out there. He said users agree to give up some of their privacy in return for access. I'm John Schaefer.
Madonna says she's on the road to recovery after her recent ICU stay.
The pop icon shared a statement on social media. For the first time since it was revealed she suffered a bacterial infection. She said her first thought when she woke up in the hospital was about her children. Madonna said the plan right now is for the North American portion of her celebration tour to be rescheduled, while the European leg will start in October. She added that she couldn't be more grateful for the care and support she has received from fans. Lisa G., New York.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-215-2418, 800-215-2418, 800-215-2418.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back as we roll on into the early hours of the Tuesday. As the one driver mentioned a bit ago that things just seem a tad slow as far as freight volumes, right? Transport Topics this past day said the trucking industry has entered the late stages of a freight cycle downturn. But positive destocking trends have helped balance low demand. Andy Dyer, president of transportation management at AFS Logistics, says, I think the best way to put it is we have not found the bottom yet. I think the rate of price erosion and the rate of demand decrease have slowed. So we're not at the top of the cliff anymore, but we still haven't found the bottom. He noted the slowdown started about midway through the second quarter. He pointed to spot rates experiencing a modest improvement around that time. He noted destocking and consumer demand are trending in a positive direction for transportation providers, but he said that strengthening consumer spending has really been focused on the service economy. The pandemic turned all that upside down. Everything went heavily toward goods and things because there was really nowhere to go. No services to go buy. We didn't go anywhere. Now people are really starting to spend their money on services. And I think that's most apparent if you just look at what's happening in the airline and the rental car, the hotel industries. He said seasonally expected patterns like produce season have been weaker than expected. He says he doesn't feel the industry is going to see any real changes until demand improves. It's going to be a race to the bottom for pricing until that time. He also expects the industry could experience an escalation in fleet closures sometime soon. I do not think demand is going to get materially better, says TD Cowen. Another analyst, Jason Seidel. Remember, I think we're already in a freight recession, and every month we're seeing more and more carriers come out of the marketplace. One of the things we've seen recently is what I would call normal seasonality. ACT Research noted in a report June 21st that the for-hire trucking market has been rebalancing as the freight cycle nears a turning point. The report found freight volumes, rates, and supply-demand balance all saw positive progress in May. The trucking volume index jumped to 49.4 points from 37.7 the prior month as destocking began to slow. Now, while demand remains soft, less destocking may be starting to add to some of the freight available to haul. Volumes remain in a slight contraction. This larger improvement in the fleet survey does suggest we are in the latter stages of the freight slowdown or downturn. I guess that would be good news. He suspects the second quarter was when the down cycle was at its worst, pointing to the return to seasonality and increased port activity as positive signs. But then, even then, he doesn't expect the rest of the year to be all that strong, even as things do gradually improve somewhat each quarter. But the destocking efforts are balancing out, but it's a very slow process. So indeed, that's kind of the confirmation. What we've all been suspecting for some time now, you're actually seeing the reality of it out there. Meanwhile, 844-3388, Maryland State Police asking for your help in locating a truck driver who went missing in June after stopping at a distribution center. Maryland troopers are searching for 42-year-old Pennsylvania-based truck driver Jason Pearson. State police said Pearson was last seen about midnight on June 13th. Literally a month ago, near the Smithfield Food Distribution Center in Northeast Maryland. Police say Pearson's semi was found abandoned near the Smithfield Food facility. Now, according to the local news outlet, Pearson's wife reported that her husband left behind his cell phones, truck keys, his wallet, his bank cards, and credit cards in the abandoned truck. Something sounds awry there, correct? I mean, which would mean not even like a robbery attempt or something of that nature, because the wallet, the bank cards, credit cards, you would suspect would all be gone. Pearson is 5'8", weighs 237 pounds, brown eyes, black hair. If you have any information, you're asked to call the Maryland State Police Northeast Barracks there. But yes, something definitely awry there. All right, we've got a scam going on out there. A trucker who's popular on social media recently shared a video to warn the trucking community about an alleged truck towing scam taking place on the East Coast. Shared the video over the weekend on TikTok. In the video, Clarissa Rankin warns of what she's referring to as a stolen truck scheme that she fell prey to in North Carolina, that she believes is also taking place in Virginia and the state of Georgia. She said a tow company is preying on truck drivers by watching for trucks that are being left at truck stops, then towing them overnight, then asking for thousands of dollars to release the truck and or the trailer from the drop lot. I tuned into some of her video, and one thing she pointed out was, she said, they're reporting a sign where you park your truck and the sign's not there when you park the truck, but the sign is there when you come back. Like they're kind of putting the sign up while you're not there. That's one thing. And then she made it sound as though they're not actually towing the truck, like they have a master key where they're able to actually get in and literally drive your truck away to a holding lot. And they're wanting $3,000 if it's just a bobtail. If you got a trailer, it's another $3,000. And then they're trying to hit you with $300 a day in storage fees for the towed truck. Now, she did say that they have officially filed a complaint with the North Carolina Attorney General. They're investigating this, but the video itself ends with her sharing an image of the sign that she said you need to look out for. But as she pointed out, sign wasn't there when she parked, but the sign's there when you come back. So how do you get to the bottom of that? So I think they're in touch also with attorney generals in several other states. The company that's pulling off this scam, she says, the only thing that's valid is the phone number that you call to try and get your truck released. There is the physical address that is listed there does not actually exist, but I don't know how scammers can get away with things like that. But meanwhile, 844-844-3388. Get to your calls coming up after a quick timeout. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the wide ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, good morning, Shorty. What's happening? This day in history, it's the 11th of July. This day in 1804, Aaron Burr mortally wounds Alexander Hamilton in a duel. Yeah, back in the days. On this day, Babe Ruth makes his debut in Major League Baseball. How about that? That's big. July the 11th. It was 1914, which was actually a Saturday on this date all them many years ago. And lastly, the phrase, "In God We Trust," was added to all U.S. currency. And that was 1955, July the 11th. In God We Trust. How about that? Interesting events on this day many, many years ago. Well, what's happening, Charlie?
Good morning, Steve and fellow listeners. This is the unofficial Charlie Parkinson impersonator of the Overnight Drive. The man who aspires to one day be considered the Rich Little of the Overnight Drive. Let me start off by saying that I am going to be the first newscaster to endorse the inbred redneck for president. Yes, that's right, the Charlie Parkinson impersonator does fully endorse his campaign and is backing him 100%. Yes, vote for the inbred redneck for president. He will get change done in Washington. And now for the news. As everybody knows, we had the campaign rally for the inbred redneck at the GMA&B Enterprises. This guy's great. I happened to be in attendance. Actually, I was the judge at the mud wrestling tournament, and I gotta say, Buzzin' Booty that won the mud wrestling tournament. Boy, she really bounced around pretty good. Yes, we had a huge crowd, somewhere between 5,000 and 5,000 people, including cats. Yes, it was a thriving success, even though the inbred redneck was unable to attend. Yes, we are planning an addition to just house the people that cover the inbred rednecks campaign. I mean, contributions are coming in. Well, at least pledges. We had another $2,000 pledge through the campaign. And now a word from our sponsor. GMA&B Enterprises is proud to introduce their latest product. They are introducing a cough medicine. Yes, that's right. It's 170 proof. Come out of Cogswell Quarters, General Store, Distillery, and Hat Shop. In fact, for the edible low price of $19.95, you can get 1 quart of this fabulous cough medicine.
Quart?
Well, wait, there's more. An incredible low price of $49.95, you can get a half a gallon of this cough medicine. Yes, that's right, folks. That's an over $10 value. On the line with me, we have a testimonial from an unknown customer. We've disguised his voice so that those that are listening will not recognize him. But go ahead, our wonderful customer.
Yes.
I'm the undisguised voice. Let me take a little swig of this medicine here. Oh, smooth.
Just like that. Works like magic.
Excuse me. Gotta get another one here. Oh, yeah. That'll put hair on your chest.
Now remember, it's 170 proof. You're not supposed to be chugging the stuff.
Yeah, see right there, folks. This is a wonderful product. Wonderful testimonial from this man right here. Just remember, he's an anonymous customer. Just remember, they're thought of a GMA via Enterprises, brought to you by the founder's late great father, the West Virginia werewolf. Will cheat you. I mean, treat you right. Back to you, Steve.
He's singing. 2 swigs, and he's singing in the background. Oh, boy. What do we got here? It's 844-844-3388. Try to keep up to date with the Anheuser-Busch Bud Light saga. Latest development. We're all familiar with Ken Griffey Jr., right? Was at one point one of the biggest names in professional baseball. Appearing recently in new promotions for Budweiser. Some suggesting that the Griffey promotions may help Anheuser-Busch restore their reputation with traditional sports fans. Of course, we all know, alienated by Bud Light's association with the transgender influencer, right? Last Thursday, Budweiser tweeted out a short promo for new merchandise featuring Griffey. Of course, that was timed to coincide just before the All-Star game taking place tonight in Seattle, Washington. Griffey spent 11 years with the Seattle Mariners, racked up 10 Gold Glove awards and 7 Silver Slugger awards. The Mariners actually retired Griffey's number 24 back in 2016. Look like an all-star, says the Budweiser tweet. Introducing the Budweiser X Ken Griffey Jr. All-Star Collection. Now, in addition to merchandise, Budweiser also featured Griffey and his father, Ken Griffey Sr., who, of course, also had a respectable Major League Baseball career. Featured the two of them in a television commercial with the tagline, "To the dads who believe in us." I think that was kind of toward Father's Day, wasn't it? Just before Father's Day. And it's once again returned to the airwaves just in time for the All-Star game here. The commercial features father and son kind of reflecting on their respective careers in baseball. As a matter of fact, the two actually played together in Seattle for a few weeks back in 1990. Actually marked the only time in Major League Baseball history that a father-son duo played on the same team at the same time. It was September the 14th of that year, 1990. They actually hit back-to-back home runs. Yeah, Budweiser doing what they can to try and restore or bring back those longtime dedicated fans. But again, I'm not seeing anything changing when you look at the sales numbers. Not looking good. All right, some say it's kind of like a trap, but Wisconsin State Patrol is going to be riding along in semi-trucks to spot driver violations that they may not otherwise be able to see. It's called the Trooper in a Truck Patrol. Wisconsin State Police partnering with the Wisconsin Motor Carrier Association to put state troopers in semi-trucks to help patrol the Wisconsin roadways. This currently underway, all taking place this week, which is the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance's Operation Safe Driver Week that started Sunday and runs through the duration of the week. taking place throughout North America. Operation Safe Driver Week, unlike International Road Check, which really just targets commercial motor vehicles and buses, targets both commercial vehicles and passenger vehicles. During the Trooper in a Truck Patrol, state police troopers will be looking for dangerous driving behaviors, speeding, distracted driving, following too close, seatbelt violations, all the above. Now, if they spot you from the cab of the truck they're riding in, the trooper then radios a marked patrol unit who then performs the actual traffic stop. There's troopers in many other states, Illinois, Wyoming, Nebraska, that participate in similar trooper in a truck details. It's been going on for years, but you don't suspect that the truck riding along next to you is getting a vantage point to see whether you actually are wearing your seatbelt. If you happen to be just holding the electronic device, which is illegal in so many states, that just kicked in the 1st of July there in the state of Michigan. And one final tidbit here as we roll toward news break. Believe it or not, mainstream media finally admits there has been no such thing as a trucker shortage. Mike Lombard, an owner-operator and trucking podcaster, took to the news to debunk the myth of trucker shortage, which, as he explained very clearly, the ATA has been circulating that myth for years. The real issue is the shortage of drivers not willing to work for low pay and difficult conditions, which we've heard that narrative also for many, many years from the likes of the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association. I think they also interviewed Todd Spencer of OOIDA on a national news organization. News break, 29 past the hour, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is weighing in on his presidential campaign, which is trailing that of former President Trump by 20 points in the latest polling from Florida Atlantic University.
We have been the target of the corporate media. They clearly do not want me to be the nominee, and I think it's because they know that I would beat Biden soundly. But more importantly than that, they know that I will actually accomplish the big things that we know need to be accomplished.
DeSantis tells the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show those accomplishments include shutting down the border and reversing Bidenomics. The mayor of Los Angeles is renewing her homelessness emergency declaration. Mayor Karen Bass calls the homeless crisis there a matter of life and death. The updated declaration is designed to give the mayor expanded emergency powers. It's estimated about 46,000 residents in L.A. are living without housing. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you have heart failure and often hear,
"Those stomach issues ruined your birthday"?
"You're too tired to play catch, Grandpa."
Sweetie, you haven't touched your tools since the carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis.
If these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, talk to your cardiologist and ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. That's connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Ew. Gotta get rid of this old Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks, boys.
Tell me why.
I've washed it so many times, but the odor won't come out.
Tell me why.
No, you tell me why I can't get rid of this odor.
Have you tried New Downy Rinse and Refresh? It doesn't just cover up odors, it helps remove them.
Wow, it worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes more odor in one wash than the leading value detergent in 3 washes. Find it wherever you buy laundry products.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, who else we got here? Michigan Mad Men said, yeah, we're in what they call the month of money in the world of outlaws. Okay, big bucks, huh? And I guess he's actually said, y'all are such good people. Yes, I'm having my first tasties since my surgery. And it's been a big racing week. Tomorrow night got the Slinger Nationals in Wisconsin. Hello to Russell. Good morning from Dayton, Ohio. Here at the home front. I'm actually off work tonight. Tell Rick there in Columbus I'm on my second cup of coffee. Steve, I've been thinking about the UPS contract expiring on July 31st here. You know, if anybody needs to ship something, I'm thinking you better get it done before then, because if UPS actually goes on strike, this country could be crippled. Don't get me wrong. I'm for UPS striking. I want to give a shout out to all the truck drivers out there. Everybody be safe. Keep it between the ditches. And give a shout out, Steve, to Spaceman. I missed those stories that he would tell when I was going to work back in 2016 and 17. I mean, there were times he had me bending over the steering wheel laughing. I'll listen in for a bit, then I'll have to get some rest this morning. But when working, I do listen to you all night long. Keeps me awake. Steve, you and the princess take care. Thank you very much. Russell, they're in the Dayton area. Buckeye Boy, I referred to the Bud Light thing, the Anheuser-Busch thing. You said, I haven't had a Bud Light or any Bud products and don't plan to anytime soon. All right. Hey, is that Brain Dead checking in this morning?
Hey, Steve, how was your weekend?
Well, it was a short one, man. It was zipped right by.
I know. Tell me about it. I tell you what, I slept pretty much Saturday afternoon and into Sunday, and then for Dingbat, she had to work Sunday, so I got left alone with 2 hounds all day. So you figure what I did all day. But you were reading that podcast about the driver shortage. That dude's spot on, especially in the LTL sector. Because I don't know about truckload, OTR, and I could care less. There's 4 peak companies that I've applied to, and 3 of those 4 have said that, well, we got your application on file. Don't call us, we'll call you, which pretty much means in 30 days they're going to throw it in the trash can. I got to start all over again. And there's one of those 3 that actually had a dock position open today. And poor Dingbat's like, well, why do you want to apply for a dock position? Well, you know, you applied for a driver. I said, dear, if I can get my foot in the door, the way these docks work is, hey, you got a CDL, you know what? Screw the dock work. We'll put you out on P&D. And that's what I kind of am hoping for. There's 2 companies that I'm not going to name that every once in a blue moon a driver position ever opens up. And I'm talking maybe, yes, in the LTL world, it is that bad. Now, I did do a couple interviews today. I'm kind of mulling them around right now. And I've told Dingbat, as far as I might go, I might have to go back over the road again to get, for the next 10 years, to get yellow off my record. She said, why 10 years? I said, because if you go apply for any truck driving job, you have to go back 10 years, what the DOT says. And my only question is, do these companies actually call 10 years worth of jobs, or do they call within the first, 2 or 3 years of jobs? That's the one question I have. But I told her, I said, it's the last thing I want to do. It's the last resort. Because I don't want to do it, but at the end of the day, if it's for us to survive, it's going to have to happen.
So have you had any discussions with anybody about, what I shared earlier? I mean, the headlines are making it sound like they got a lifeline from the creditors. Is it just delaying the inevitable, or you think they might actually be able to turn it around?
I'll take what's behind door number 1 for about.
Okay. Delaying the inevitable.
Yep, delaying the inevitable. And I've said this all along. The corporate management needs to be fired. I'm talking about Daryl Hawkins down. The board of directors be fired. Somebody told me is that when they had the big merger, remember that back in, was it 08, 09? They had Roadway upper management in there. And Roadway was profitable. Roadway ran it a top ship. It's only when the yellow management came in is when everything went to, crap. I wasn't going to say those other words. But it went to crap because yellow never has made a profit. If I remember right, the way my senior driver told me, because he's been here almost 40 years, that at one time we bought up Preston Lines, and Preston had bought up Saya, and then in 2000 they sold Saya off, and now look at Saya. But right now though they got that yellow management in there, because Hawkins started in the Memphis dock in 91, and get rid of that yellow management and start getting accountability in there, because it's a toxic environment. Is another reason why I want to get out. The workers are fighting with the dock supervisors. They hate one another. Dock supervisors hate the workers because the workers don't want to work. And then you got management and upper management that hates everybody. It's just a toxic place to work. I was in a job interview today, and there was a guy in there that had 4 months experience, and was filling out an application, and he found out I worked for Yellow Freight, and he looked at me, he said, is that a good company? I said, do they need to drug test you again? That is the worst company I'd ever want to go to. Honestly, the worst company I'd ever want to go to right now. That's why I'm trying to leave. He's like, oh, how long have you been driving? I said, 24 years. He says, oh, wow. He kind of rethought things a little differently, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
Which I don't blame him. But yeah, like I said, I'm looking to leave. I don't know about heat wave, but I know I'm ready to leave. It's not getting any worse, not getting any better, Steve.
No.
But other than that, I'm going to slide into the terminal here and go tear up some freight tonight in your memory.
You tear up some freight. Thank you much, Brain Dead. It is 18 before the hour. Quiet phones here. It's almost like a Monday. What the? It's 844-844-3388. Now, Vic sent me this email earlier in the day, or the afternoon. I guess it was early morning, a little after the show ended. Going back to the same discussion where someone said, I can't believe that the administration would want to see like 22,000 union jobs disappear when you're rolling full steam ahead into an election season. That wouldn't look good for them, right? To which Vic said, Steve, I agree with the caller stating Democrats won't want to lose union votes just before an election by union voters losing their jobs. But do Democrats have a plan to save those jobs and create a more stable environment? With the breakup of Yellow, when Delta Airlines had to file bankruptcy, they had sufficient cash flow, but the bondholders refused to renew their bonds and demanded payment. Delta didn't have the money to pay off the bonds, so they started shuttering operations, sold some feeder airlines, furloughed employees under direction of the bankruptcy trustee. I think they actually closed a whole concourse in Cincinnati. Yes, memory serves, that is correct. Does Yellow have any large obligations soon? To which the answer is yes. Yeah, how will they honor them is the question I've been trying to answer, which, again, that story we shared just a bit ago kind of answers that. They're getting a little bit of a lifeline from the lenders, but obviously it can't go on forever. Now, I did say government transportation contracts will still have to be fulfilled. It's hard to believe the government's unaware of Yellow's plight and doesn't have a plan. Now, we did also share last evening that topic did come up with the administration, and at least over the weekend, they said at this point they feel like it's too early to try to have the government intervene. They're still hoping that Yellow and the Teamsters will be able to come up with some kind of a deal. But again, everything just kind of, again, delays the inevitable. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the wide ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostромSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bosch.
And now back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You may not recognize him by his real name, which is Curtis James Jackson III. You may recognize the name 50 Cent, who is denouncing Los Angeles, California's recent decision to reinstate their zero bail policy, noting the city will be adversely impacted. Now, 50 Cent, believe it or not, is a self-described born-again Christian. Shared a KTTV report on Instagram late last week, which detailed the immediate consequences of the May reinstatement of the zero bail policy. Los Angeles County Deputy DA John McKinney can be heard in the shared report noting the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department will no longer detain people for crimes such as theft, shoplifting, drug use, vandalism, battery, and a whole host of other non-serious, non-violent crimes that affect the quality of life of people here in Los Angeles. Also, McKinney indicated that many suspected criminals will be released without posting bail. 50 Cent captioned the post saying, quote, "LA is finished. Watch how bad it gets out there." Now, this was the policy introduced during the pandemic, supposedly to reduce crowding in the jails, right? Trying to slow or mitigate the spread of COVID. Although scrapping bail for all detained suspects awaiting trial has become popular with Democrat politicians and other radical leftists, California's overwhelmingly rejected it. The people did when it was brought to a vote in the form of Proposition 25 back in 2020. The LAPD also took issue with the policy, noted in the first 30 days of the enactment in 2020 during the height of the pandemic there. Police had arrested 213 individuals multiple times, with 23 being arrested 3 or more times. Although the pandemic, the policy came to an end last summer. Someone had sued the city of the Los Angeles Police Department and others after being held in jail on a $20,000 bail on a vandalism charge. He was joined by other former detainees in a class action lawsuit seeking a permanent injunction to prohibit the LAPD from enforcing the money bail schedules as the sole means of determining whether arrestees are or not released before they're brought before a judge. Now, despite being implored by the Superior Court judge, the LAPD chief, and the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, and the LA District Attorney elected not to testify in opposition to the injunction. So the court ultimately granted the preliminary injunction. The zero bail policy went into effect again on May the 24th. What is the fallout? The study published earlier this year comparing California repeat offenders who posted bail with those kicked loose without posting bail indicated that those in the latter camp reoffended more often, reoffended sooner after release, and committed 200 times more violent crimes. The conclusion, the zero bail is a completely failed policy. It's just making everything more dangerous. Report revealed suspects released without bail were rearrested on 163% more charges than those who posted bail, and they reoffended 70% more often. Those reoffenses resulted in felony charges 90% more often, and they were accused of 3 times as many crimes. Pappy brought up several weeks ago. It's a very small percent of the population. I think it was at like 6% that pretty much commit all the crimes. And those same individuals continue to commit crime after crime after crime. And when you let them out without bail, when you have to put money, a lot of times it may not be their own money. It might be their mom, the dads, the uncles, family members, and someone else that puts their money up. And you don't want them to lose their money because that's your lifeline. These third parties are pretty much vouching for the accused with their pocketbook. It kind of creates a reinforcing system of accountability to comply with the court. If a defendant knows their grandparents might have to forfeit their life savings if they don't show up for court or if they reoffend, that's something that more often than not would really make them think twice. When you're out on no bail, well, what have you got to lose? What the hell? Money bail provides a strong incentive for the accused to comply, to appear before court and stay out of trouble on the pain of forfeiture. In fact, most bailees do not post the money themselves. They rely, like I said, on friends or family to pay the bond amount, and they bear the risk of forfeiture. In some cases, whether it's mom or grandpa or grandma, whoever it is, they may actually rue the day that they forced them to lose their savings. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Well, what's going on with Senor Heatwave?
Oh, not a whole hell of a lot. Being in the state I'm in, you can get into an argument real easily with a blizzard out here. I got up and I seen this one girl walk by the truck, and I says, my co-driver wasn't in the truck, and I said, excuse me, where am I at? And she said, Idaho. And I said, well, I know you're Idaho, but I mean, where are we?
Oh, no.
What state are we? Oh, yeah. Oh, I tell you what. Idaho, 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 Idaho. Oh, I tell you, that's sad. Hey, shout out to the woodpecker out there. I appreciate him giving me a heads up on the Walmart thing. I didn't know Walmart ran teams. And I guess going up, he's talking about they needing teams going up to Alaska. And I thought, well, yeah, if I didn't have to relocate, that might be a good idea. But, shout out to him for giving me a heads up earlier today. And tell you what, it seems like Los Angeles is, basically the left is not listening to the population that is lawful.
Yep.
And they're, catering to the 6%. Well, you know what? You keep doing these damn laws like this, you're going to have vigilante justice gangs out there, and they're going to take it in their own hands, and then you're going to be screaming, well, that was unfair, but yet it's unfair to the people that are victims now. So, I mean, what the hell do they expect to have happen in the future? Then they're going to be screaming, well, we need gun control laws. Well, we see how well that does. And with their policies, they're inviting people from outside of the state to come into the state of California.
Commit crime.
To just, grab and go. Like you said, what the hell they got to lose? I need another TV set there at the house. If I can find one for about $600, if it's a $950 thing where they're not going to charge, it might be worth my time just to go from New Mexico to California, grab a TV, and, take it on back to New Mexico. I mean, that's absurd, but I mean, that's the general, consensus. So, anyways, yes, top of the hour. I seen where they had shot off that rocket, that Falcon 9, for the 16th time. But I guess they got a whole fleet of rockets that been up, multiple times, 14, 15 times already. So, as one driver on here was talking about, the dangers and the hazards of privatization of these organizations, doing these kind of things like the submersible down to the bottom, or up in space.
Yeah, and SpaceX is, that's a privatization effort. And look how Elon Musk has transformed space travel. But yeah, news break, we pause.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Why has it been so hot? Well, a leading NASA scientist says you can blame El Nino.
Speaking on CBS Face the Nation, Chief NASA Scientist and Senior Climate Advisor Dr. Kate Calvin said while climate change does drive higher temperatures overall, El Nino is also contributing to warmer temperatures. Calvin added that El Nino years are typically warmer than La Nina years, although 2022 was the warmest La Nina year and the 5th warmest overall. Calvin noted that climate change is more than just temperature. It affects water cycles that result in droughts or heavy storms. I'm Mark Mayfield.
President Biden now in Lithuania for a 2-day NATO summit. Members of the military alliance will reaffirm their support for Ukraine as Russia's invasion of that country continues. Membership from Ukraine and Sweden also expected to be front and center in discussions. Earlier Monday, Biden met with Britain's Prime Minister and King Charles. The Kremlin says President Vladimir Putin met with the Wagner Group boss after the failed mutiny last month. Putin gave his assessment of the mercenary group and what happened the day of the uprising, according to the Kremlin. The head of Wagner reportedly struck a deal to leave Russia for Belarus, but his whereabouts have been unclear. Presidential candidate Ron DeSantis is claiming his campaign has been targeted since its inception. During an interview on the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show, the Florida governor addressed critics who highlight his lack of progress in the polls compared to former President Trump.
We have been the target of the corporate media. They clearly do not want me to be the nominee, and I think it's because they know that I would beat Biden soundly.
Despite announcing his candidacy in May, DeSantis has not managed to close the double-digit gap between himself and Trump. Republicans are criticizing the new Barbie movie for featuring a scene that labels parts of the sea claimed by Vietnam as Chinese territory. A spokesman for Senator Ted Cruz claimed that China has coerced American filmmakers into promoting propaganda. This is USA News.
This ad furnished by Nesmith Taju LLC. Offer not valid in all states or prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to 27cash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
27cash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news. I went to 27cash.com and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to 27cash.com. That's 27cash.com. 27cash.com.
Severe storms in the Northeast caused heavy rainfall, road closures, water rescues, and flash flood warnings. One person died in floodwaters in Orange County, New York. More than 25 million people in the Northeast, including parts of New York, Vermont, Massachusetts, and Maine, are under flood alerts. Flash flood emergencies and landslides are expected with heavy ongoing rainfall. Tens of millions of people have signed up for a new social media site called Threads, but there are questions about how the Facebook-owned company is using your personal information.
The fact is we give up information, and that's the give and take of the age that we live in. They need to know what we buy so they can serve up the ads.
Tech blogger Michael Garfield says this app is no worse or no better than any others out there. He says users agree to give up some of their privacy in return for access. FBI Director Christopher Wray will testify before Congress this week, specifically the House Judiciary Committee. He will face Republicans who have criticized the Justice Department due to the recent indictment of former President Trump. They believe the FBI is biased against Republicans. Authorities are investigating after thieves broke into the home of Tina Knowles, the mother of Beyonce and Solange Knowles.
The Los Angeles Police Department confirms her Hollywood home was robbed last Wednesday. TMZ reports the thieves made off with more than $1 million in cash and jewelry after stealing Knowles' entire safe. No one was home at the time of the break-in. In April, a man was arrested on suspicion of throwing rocks at Knowles' mailbox. I'm Daniel Martindale.
I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-215-2418, 800-215-2418, 800-215-2418.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
It's a chance for the Grand National Circuit to catch its breath. This as the Regional National Circuit hits full stride with more polls than nights of the week. and it won't just be red and green flags waving proudly at Northern Ohio events this summer. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. Major off-track news this week as the NTPA welcomes the United States Army into its fold of corporate partners. The Army will sponsor a campaign across events in Northern Ohio in which fans will be informed via PA announcements of the potential benefits and rewards of a career in military service. U.S. Army representatives will further attend several of the supported events, all located north of Interstate 70 in the Buckeye State. We are honored to work with the United States Army, said Greg Randall, the association's executive director. They represent what is right with our country. They are heroes in every sense of the word. We are excited about partnering for many years. Dr. Michael Banke, U.S. Army Education Services Specialist, stated, "This is something that we have wanted to do for some time. We are so happy to support the pullers in Northern Ohio, and we look forward to meeting the pulling fans at the many events." The U.S. Army conducts targeted operations as engaged leaders in Northern Ohio and Western Pennsylvania to recruit and retain the best volunteers to be soldiers in order to maintain the world's best active and reserve military forces. U.S. Army 2023 NTPA events include the Clark County Fair Pull in Springfield, the Fort Recovery Grand Nationals, the Union County Fair Pull in Marysville, the Champaign County Fair Pull in Urbana, the Erie County Fair Pull in Sandusky, the Henry County Fair Grand Nationals in Napoleon, the Muskingum County Fair Pull in Zanesville, the Huron County Fair Pull in Norwalk, the National Tractor Pulling Championships in Bowling Green, the Great Dark County Fair Pull in Greenville, the Friday Night Spectacular in Wellington, the Tri-State Showdown in Wauseon, the Charlie Swartz Memorial Pull in Canton, the Hancock County Fair Pull in Findlay, the Enderley Pull-Off in Urbana, and the Fall Classic in Medina. The Grand National Circuit was idle across all 13 divisions for a second week, and that will continue for just one more weekend before the tour resumes for 5 divisions in Chapel Hill, Tennessee on Friday and Saturday, July 21st and 22nd. In the meantime, the regional circuit has come up to full boil. In 7 days over the next week, the NTPA will present events in Charlotte, Michigan at the Eaton County Fair on Thursday and Friday, July 13th and 14th, in Iowa at the Winnebago County Fair in Decorah on Thursday, and the Wright County Fair in Eagle Grove on Friday, in Wilmington, Ohio at the Clinton County Fair, and in River Falls, Wisconsin for the Smoke and Thunder by the Kinney on Saturday the 15th, in Greensburg, Indiana on Monday the 17th, at Hartford, Michigan's Hartford Nationals and Washington Courthouse, Ohio's Fayette County Fair Pull on Tuesday the 18th, and at the National Summer Slide in Monticello, Iowa on Wednesday the 19th. Next week, we'll take a look at the GN standings as we prepare for that series to heat back up in the Mid-South. But you can study up or find a pull near you at ntpapull.com. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I am John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Thank you much, Mr. Dunlap. All the action at the pools around the country. It's summertime. Tractor pulling action is in full swing. It just came across some of the photos from one of our friends via Facebook. Jim Martin lost a steer tire this past day. He writes, "Thank God, thankful God was watching over me today. He did all the driving. I was just along for the ride. 21 tons of stone in the bed. It was a beautiful day, and it all changed in an instant." And that's correct. I mean, a lot of times those losing a steer tire ends not good. As a matter of fact, yesterday's CDL Life shared the story where police have determined the cause of the semi-truck driver's fatal crash off the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel a few weeks ago there in Virginia Beach. 36-year-old truck driver Chris Scott was northbound on the bridge near the 1 mile marker, crashed off the bridge into the bay below. After an extensive search involving the Coast Guard and other agencies, Scott's body was found still in the cab of that submerged truck on the following day. According to the police report, one of the driver's side steer tires struck the curb near the 1 mile marker. Following the tire blowout, the front driver's side tire went up onto the curb, truck crashing through the guardrail, of course, down into the Chesapeake Bay. A report also indicated that Scott was driving at the posted speed limit of 55 miles per hour. Things can change in an instant. Hey, welcome back, Senor Heatwave.
Thank you, Senor, for holding me over. Yeah, I know secondhand, firsthand in the bunk, what it's like when a steer tire blows. One of my former co-drivers, Thomas, he's only been driving for about 3 years, and yeah, it happened to him, and it happened to me just north of Weed, California, about 2 August ago. And I tell you what, as bumpy of a ride it was for me in the sleeper, I could just imagine what he was doing up in the driver's seat. And had it not been for that hill and the median up there on I-5, we would have been in oncoming traffic for sure. But yeah, and I had another friend of mine that was in the auto industry when I was working for Snyder. He and his wife started driving here about 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. And he said he just had his steer tire blow out on him. And he was really thankful that, there was someone else helping him out, someone else being, God Almighty. So I've been out here 28.5 years, and I have not had that happen yet. Find some wood out here so I can knock on it. Oh well. So yeah, the politicians in California, it seems like the politicians all around, especially Democrats, are just catering to a minority group, whether it be an alphabet group or it be a BLM, to illegal aliens. When are they going to figure out that you need to take care of your own citizens first? The law-abiding citizens of this country? Because like I said earlier, what they're doing is they're just encouraging vigilante groups to go out there and take care of matters in their own hands, because the legal system in these states that are blue, they're not getting it done.
Mm-hmm.
And if the guns are going to be used in the vigilante groups, well, then you're going to have this scream for, hey, we need gun control. Yeah, well, we see how well that works in the, in the gang community that ain't supposed to have these things. So, they're going to have to strike up something that's working for the average Joe American out here, instead of for everyone else that doesn't want to conform to the laws of society. Well, cluster bombs, because we're running out of ammunition. Well, like I said last night, Joe needs just to shut the hell up. At least give it some sense of, you're being discreet about it publicly. Because, he's already been paid by the Chinese, so, they could talk to him privately, and he'd probably tell them exactly what we have left in our arsenal.
Makes you kind of wonder.
Yeah, now, he has the authority to, was it the War Powers Act, to increase production of said armaments that are needed. So why doesn't he go ahead and use that authority to do so, to replenish our supplies?
I think they've placed orders, but the manufacturers of some of these munitions that say that they can only produce X amount in an X amount of time, and we're already was it 5 years behind on being able to replenish what we had hell, 6 months ago.
Well, I mean, Taiwan has got an order that they've already paid for that Biden gave to Ukraine. Now, when the hell is Taiwan going to get their Stingers or whatever it was that they ordered? You know, so, you know, like I said last night, anybody that votes for a Democrat this year because they don't like the Republican candidate or they've never voted Republican before, they need to have their asses beat, because you can't vote for a party that's going against your values and then cry about it because you put them in. You know, and as much as we believe that we are right on the conservative side, we've got plenty of examples of people calling in that believe that they are right and we are just evil. So other than that, been getting calls and texts from folks saying, you know what, Yellow does this crap every 4 years or 5 years whenever the contract is due. And they've been in with the company for so long, it's old hat to them. And I know the last time we had these issues right at the contract, they weren't very public about it. But I don't see how being public about it now is going to shift public opinion, you know, about, oh, you poor company, them evil union people. Shame. Well, they just need to get the other half of the story and figure out, you know, exactly what's going on. I mean, they're reporting it. Yellow blew through $750 million, you know, in 2.5, 3 years. Well, you know, who's responsible for that? It certainly wasn't me. A lot of the drivers out here, I mean, when we put our butts in the seat and our hands on the steering wheel, we are doing our job getting the product from one terminal to the next. So if it ain't us, it's got to be upper management. So I don't know, and it's almost like it's a two-tier system here as well. You know, where it's two-tier system of justice and government, there's a two-tier system of blame here in the company. You know, they're blaming us, the union drivers, and the union, and where the actual blame itself can be placed at the feet of upper management. I mean, hell, it's reported that we have sleepers sitting, mind you, in Jackson, Mississippi, gathering dirt. Brand new sleepers. When I started with this company 4.5 years ago, our terminal had like 8 tractors assigned to Albuquerque. Well, right now we're driving tractors that are from Chicago, Kansas City, Dallas, all in the high 7s and low 800,000 miles. We don't have any tractors that were assigned to the company when I started working for them. You know, and they're supposed to be swapped out, I think, at 550 or 650,000 miles. That ain't happened.
You think they're leaving them sit so they can maintain a higher resale value in the event that they would have to sell them?
Well, here's the deal. They own the day cabs. The sleepers are leased.
Okay.
So, I mean, they're still paying on them sleepers. You know, they don't do the maintenance on them. But, you know, why have the sleepers sitting if you're not going to be using them and you're still paying out? That's the kind of management that we could do without. You know, that people need to see that and go, well, that don't make sense.
It don't make sense.
Well, you're right. It don't.
Exactly. It makes no sense whatsoever. Yep.
So, yep. So before you start losing listeners, I'll go ahead and I'll shut up.
All right. Well, have a good morning there, Senor Heatwave. Thank you for checking in. We get to Dragon Slayer. What's been happening?
Oh, since my last talk to you, just after my accident where I broke both my legs, I've now been returned to work. In April, the doctor cleared me, and it took me from April to June to find a company that I was willing to go to work for. Driving over the road, being gone for 3 weeks at a time, and headed home for the first time since starting my new job. So,
wow.
Cruising south on 35 here in Kansas this evening, and coming into Wichita, and I'm seeing all kinds of cloud to ground lightning right now in front of me. But no, perfectly healed. The doctor gave me a clean bill of health, and now I'm fighting with the insurance for the settlement, for the final settlement.
Okay.
That's probably going to be a long, drawn-out battle, anyways.
How long were you ultimately off the road?
From September 17th. From September 17th, the day the accident happened, to April 13th when I got the clearance. But then it took me from April to June 19th to find a company to go with.
Well, at least
ended up going with H&M out of Omaha, Nebraska, pulling a hopper bottom.
Well, so it took some time, but ultimately you're healed up. That's the good news, right?
Yeah, I mean, I still have some residual pain, specifically, probably going to get worse, as the older I get. I'm 54, and arthritis is going to set in. I know it is. You can't have that type of accident and not have arthritis set in.
Mm-hmm.
So, but, I don't ever recommend anybody, falling off of a trailer and breaking both their legs in the manner I did. The right one, I've now found out they call it a spiral fracture. That's why there are 28 screws in that leg.
Wow.
So they had to put all and the rod. So rod and 28 screws just in that leg. In the ankle alone, there are 15 just holding the ankle together. Didn't know they could fit that many screws in that little part of the body.
You really did a number on your legs.
Yeah, I did. Yep. He said it was like putting together a glass bottle, the old half-liter Pepsi bottles or whatever. He said when he had to go in there and everything, he said it was like working with, glass shards, and getting everything back in place and putting the screws in and everything else. So, but I'm thankful to be back to work. He said there was no way I was going to be back to work before September, and I said, no, Doc. I said you'll clear me before my birthday in June. He said there's no way. I said you don't know me, you don't know how hard-headed I am. So that's what we did is when he cleared me to go start physical therapy after being allowed to put weight on my legs in December, that was the best Christmas present I could get. Is the 22nd of December. He let me go weight bearing at that point, and I used a walker and cane through the holidays, and after the holidays was 2 more weeks. It was like the second or third week of January. I put the cane in the closet and quit using the cane and started doing everything, just going out and walking 1 mile a day, at least 1 mile a day. But I did everything that the doctors told me to do and physical therapy told me to do. I mean, I hurt all the time when I was doing physical therapy, but no pain, no gain is what they say, and they mean it.
That's what, that's true. And if you didn't do all that, you probably wouldn't get cleared till September.
Yeah, it was But I will say one thing. I'm not a big fan of University of Oklahoma, but the medical staff there at that hospital really did a good number, and then they transferred me over to that Jim Thorpe Rehabilitation Center, and they started me on my way of getting me, the whole time I was non-weight bearing, I made sure that I kept my legs, lifting my legs and everything, making sure I kept those moving so that I wouldn't have a whole lot of muscle loss.
Right. Well, Dragon Slayer, you said you're rolling down 35. What part of Kansas were you in again?
I'm in Wichita right now, so I don't know whether Oklahoma's got bad storms again tonight. I know they had a lot of they had one of the city streets or county streets, one of the over the Oklahoma River, one of the bridges washed out, so we lost a bridge there in Oklahoma City. So I don't know how bad things are. I know tonight, I think last I heard, there were still 500 people without power in Oklahoma City.
Yeah, I mean, there is indeed strong storms in Oklahoma again. So if you're headed south on 35 and you're in Wichita, I mean, there's a line coming your way from west, kind of moving east and southeast. You may be able to get out ahead of it. I don't know. On down into Oklahoma, I mean, I'm looking at it. They've actually got severe thunderstorm warnings down there toward Edmond, Oklahoma. More severe thunderstorms back toward Thomas, and so yes, those are really kicking a punch at this hour. Yeah,
that means old Big Ed is hunkered down.
Somewhere.
if it's hitting Edmond, it means he's hunkered down. So, no, that's got quite a light show right here in Wichita right now. So it's got to be headed this way.
It is kind of creeping your direction. Yes, it is. Not too far off to the west. I mean, it's like it's already east of Kingman, so it's coming at you.
All right, I'm going to get off of here. I'm going to go back listening. So nice talking to you.
Thank you so much for the update, though, Dragon Slayer. Continued healing, and thanks for chiming in. All right, plenty of room for you. It's 844 or 844-3388. We'll get a news break here. Rolling into a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. President Biden is in Lithuania for a two-day NATO summit. Members of the military alliance will reaffirm their support for Ukraine as Russia's invasion of that country continues. Membership for Ukraine and Sweden also expected to be front and center. A top NASA scientist says that the El Nino weather cycle is contributing to the record temperatures we're seeing here in the U.S. this summer.
The combination of climate change and El Nino means we're seeing higher global temperatures.
Dr. Kate Calvin, chief NASA scientist and senior climate advisor on CBS Face the Nation, said that climate change goes beyond temperature and impacts water cycles, leading to droughts or intense storms. It's still not clear how a small bag of cocaine ended up in the White House. The Secret Service is continuing its investigation into who brought the drugs into the West Wing. They say they could wrap that up early this week. Agents found the powder during a routine sweep of the building on July 2nd. John Schaefer, USA News.
Want to get the absolute most out of your workouts? Transparent Labs offer the finest pre-workout formulas to help you bulk or get lean and achieve your goals with stimulus-free supplements developed for peak performance. Transparent Labs is the industry-leading all-natural sports nutrition brand. The 100% grass-fed whey protein isolate is the cleanest protein supplement on the market. It tastes great, mixes well, and it's sourced from grass-fed, hormone-free U.S. cattle. All of Transparent Labs supplements are formulated using the most up-to-date scientific research in clinically effective dosages. Right now, get 20% off your first order at TransparentLabs.com with code RADIO at checkout. Use a clean supplement to help maximize your results with 100% natural ingredients and zero artificial sweeteners, colors, or flavors. Third-party lab tested for purity and potency. Get 20% off your first order today from TransparentLabs.com, code RADIO. Transparent Labs, driven by science, fueled by nature. Enter code RADIO at TransparentLabs.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, so yeah, lines available. Jump on in here Tuesday morning. Double R, hey there, what's going on? He checks in. Good morning, Steve. Yeah, the Hot Shot Secret family out there. We're running I-10. Head to California. We're in New Mexico. Double R listening in. Give us a call, Double R. Quiet morning, you know? I think he's dialing us up, maybe. I don't know. Is that him? Looks like his area code. Shorty checking in. Morning, Shorty. He said, I watched Sound of Freedom over the weekend. I highly recommend it. This movie's been ready for 5 years, but it's been fought tooth and nail, being released by the higher-ups. I was not familiar. Sound of Freedom. So I did a quick search. Yeah, what's the movie about? It's about child trafficking. After rescuing a boy from ruthless child traffickers, a federal agent learns the boy's sister is still captive and decides to embark on a dangerous mission to save her life. With time running out, he quits his job and journeys deep into the Colombian jungle, putting his life on the line to free her from a fate worse than death. All right, sounds like an interesting, I guess it's supposed to be based on real-life events. The question, what's the controversy about Sound of Freedom? The Washington Post added, Sound of Freedom has been accused by some critics as warping the truth about child exploitation and catering to QAnon conspiracy theorists. Something its distributor, Angel Studios, vehemently denies. Okay, Sound of Freedom. I do see that it's showing in a couple of local theaters here in our town. So, all right, thanks for checking in there, Shorty. Philip's on board. Morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. How you doing?
Here we are, hanging with them another day.
Day before hump day. Here
Right?
we go. Hey, do you have the list of the manufacturers that are into that carb thing out there in California that just recently came out?
That I do not.
I don't know if it's true or not, but I heard Cummins was in on that deal. I can't understand why a motor company would be involved with that deal out there. I mean, I know they have to deal with them, because of the emissions on their motors and whatnot, but is this a sign that Cummins is going to get into making electric motors for electric vehicles? What do you think, Steve?
I did a quick search here. I'm trying to pull up the story. CARB and the truck and engine manufacturers announced unprecedented partnership to meet the clean air goals. So this was, I guess, late last week or something this came out?
Yeah, they're one of the ones that they signed a deal that, that a lot of the manufacturers signed in with CARB last week and said, hey, we're going to go with you and we're going to have electric vehicles by such and such time. They're getting away from diesel.
And the list
Deal with CARB.
The list here: Cummins, Daimler Truck North America, Ford Motor Company, General Motors, Hino Motors, Isuzu Technical Center, Navistar, PACCAR, Stellantis, and the Volvo Group of North America. So yeah, they're all agreeing to the sale and adoption of zero emission technology in the state of California. Wow, I kind of missed that.
Yeah, I don't know why. I heard about this a couple of days ago, and I was like, a motor company, unless they're going to develop a diesel motor with zero emissions. I want to see that happen. But
Yeah.
I mean, it's I don't know. I just can't comprehend it. It's pretty big. I mean, we're still working on battery technology. They're still having battery fires. I don't know. Even with this ship that just caught on fire, they don't even know if there was EVs in there. But if you look at putting out a car fire from like a Tesla compared to putting out a car fire with just a regular gasoline engine, the amount of water that they have to use is like 4 times as much, in those vehicle fires.
Mm-hmm.
And they're a lot hotter. I mean, it's crazy stuff. I mean, we just had one last week here in Orlando. Some folks went off the road with a Tesla and went in between 2 overpasses, flipped their car upside down. I mean, they were lucky they hopped out in time, but the car burned down to the ground within seconds.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, within seconds. And it was pretty hot. It was a pretty intense fire, and it was in between like 2 overpasses, and they had to bring in, they had to get the trucks in there. It was kind of hard how they had to get in there to get to put it out, but some dangerous stuff. And, I did a lot of research on those Tesla trucks. Those Tesla trucks do some amazing things, don't get me wrong, but, the batteries, I'm getting kind of skeptical more about the battery technology with this lithium and all this other metals they're using. I mean, it's turning into some pretty intense fire and a lot of heat, especially down here. You look at Florida, look at what our temperatures have been down here right now, Steve. I mean, we've had heat indexes up to like 116 down here.
Yeah.
Sometimes during the day, and these vehicles with these batteries are running along and it's getting hot. Now, I do know, and I'm not sure that the gentleman's handle, he calls in the show occasionally. I think I've talked to him once before when we used to have the group chat. There's a gentleman that calls in a little bit that deals with picking up and delivering used batteries. I would like to get his input on the situation. Now, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about Starship. You know when you're being watched on the internet too much, Steve? When they count the amount of concrete trucks that you use to build something. And they've done that with Starship. You know these internet influencers that you're seeing out there that are watching Starbase? Have you seen a lot of these, Steve?
Not really. I mean, every once in a while I'll go to space.com or SpaceX or whatever, but no.
Okay, so like NASA Spaceflight is one of the ones that carries that. They're like one of the internet, and nowadays they call them influencers, but they're the ones that watch Starbase. They have 24 cam there and all that stuff. And these guys are counting the amount of concrete. They said they had 200 concrete trucks that delivered the concrete for that the concrete that got blown out by that rocket.
Yeah.
Like, can you imagine how much concrete 200 concrete trucks brings in? That's a lot of concrete.
Yep.
But it kind of pays me that you're watching and counting concrete trucks and all the day-to-day stuff about this. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on with the program, don't get me wrong, and I appreciate what they're doing, but I was like, wow, that's getting down to the niche. And we're talking about that plate yesterday. That plate, I don't know how much money he's got into it, but I've seen some pictures of it from the side and whatnot, and that thing's crazy. I mean, it's a grid inside there, and it's like a radiator, and it's just ridiculous. I've never seen something like that before. I mean, I figured he would do something like that, and I'm wondering if he's going to put it at the one at the Cape, because you know they built one at the Cape, Steve. It's almost done. So, kind of interested to see how that one goes. But that's pretty much all I got today, buddy. I'm going to get somebody else.
All right. I'd be curious to see how that the radiator thing's going to work. I mean, because, instantaneously, the heat that's going to be generated at launch is going to, if there's water flowing through that, it's immediately going to boil.
Yeah, that's what happens is when the fire comes down on it, it heats up the surface. That's what happened with that concrete. It was so much thrust going into it, it heated up quickly and it busted it up and threw it out, and it was projectiles. With the plate thing that they've got set up, it's got like a grid fin system that's inside these two plates. There's a plate on the top and a plate on the bottom, and in between them is a grid fin system. And they run thousands of gallons of water, probably millions of gallons of water, I would think, through this thing as it's happening.
Okay.
And then there's going to be water coming in from the side as well. That's called the deluge system, just like they have at the Cape Kennedy. The pad that they use for the Falcon 9 has a trench in the bottom of it. So picture like a ditch in the bottom of it. And it's made out of metal and ceramics. Okay? And they dump millions of gallons of water in when the rocket ignites. Okay? And that shoots it out a trench out towards the ocean. So it's basically steam going out to the ocean. Now, back in the old days, that steam also diverted all the sound. So, like, you know, the amount of thrust and the sound coming off of it, it would kind of kill the sound. But it also, what it did was it cooled everything down so that wouldn't burn anything up like that. So it's going to be neat how he does this. And he does have a trench on it. I heard they put a trench in there, but it's not like it is at NASA. Or the one that they're using in Florida, 39A. So, it's going to be neat stuff. So, I'll catch you later, buddy.
Have a great day. Thank you for checking in. Be safe out there. All right. Well, if that was Double R, looks like we lost him. He dropped off there. It may or may not have been. I don't know. Looks like that was the area code. Let's see. Pappy going to be coming up here. Sergeant MacGyver, what's happening? It's been a while.
Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Doing well, thank you.
My apologies for being so long. Every time I go to call in, I couldn't keep a signal.
I get you.
I think this crapple i14 that they gave me, iPhone 14, they gave me, I think they should take it back. I tell you, it's a piece of junk. So, of course, my favorite topic, politics. It's amazing how all this stuff is coming out about Joe Biden now. The cocaine in the White House, him stumbling around the beach, lost. and now he's cussing and fussing at his staff.
Yes.
It's amazing how they had a lid on all this, and then now all of a sudden it's bleeding out. I think the source of the cocaine is a Democratic operative. They're just trying to just pile things on until there's so much out there publicly that they are going to have to dump Biden. Don't know exactly how they're going to do it. Don't know how they're going to get around Kamala, but I'm sure they got some kind of plan. It's just really astonishing that when they stole 2020 from Trump, they didn't have a better plan other than putting this buffoon in there. So I think the chickens have come home to roost, and they've got to figure something out. But maybe it's just me, but it just seems like to me that all the lids are coming off and all this stuff about him and his family are just media. And then, of course, legacy media, corporate media can't even ignore it anymore, you know?
Yeah, well, one of our listening friends some time back said when the mainstream media turns on Joe, you know it's the time's coming. So I think it's getting close.
I think whoever said that is right. I think it is. But anyway, it remains to be seen. It'll be interesting to see what they have to do. I want to give a little shout out to change subjects here. I believe it was Dragon Slayer that had the horrible accident with his leg.
Yes.
So I wanted to let him know and just give him some encouragement. Don't fall prey to this thinking that arthritis is something that automatically sets in from accidents. If you do your research, arthritis is caused, believe it or not, by sugar and grains. We're not horses, cows, pigs. We're human beings. We evolved from carnivores, meat eaters, and very few fruits and vegetables, despite what the medical and the crazy crap out there. If you avoid the sugar and the grains, you can avoid arthritis. And take it from me, I've had arthritis removed from a knuckle in one of my fingers, and that was the easy part. The hard part was when the doctor stuck the needle between my two fingers to numb one side of my finger and between the other two fingers. That was the come to Jesus moment for me, that I was pretty much done with sugar and grains.
Wow.
So
Okay.
I just wanted to encourage him. There's so many great things out there now that didn't used to be there. You don't have to rely on the diet drinks, stevia, Zevia. There's some great things out there. So I wanted to give that to Dragon Slayer. But I don't really have anything else beyond that, but great show as always, and enjoy it.
Thank you for checking in, Sergeant MacGyver. Be safe out there. And all right, yeah, I had not touched on the story that I guess that was the latest bombshell. Joe Biden, the story yesterday. You know, he likes to whisper to make a point in public. But apparently, the leaks coming out of the White House repeatedly swears at his staff in impassioned tirades when he's behind closed doors. According to the Axios report on Monday, the president has such a short temper that some aides try to avoid meeting alone with him. Big time contrast to his carefully cultivated image as the kind Uncle Joe. One former Biden campaign and Senate aide told Axios that the president, quote, hides his sharper edge to promote that folksy Uncle Joe image, which is why when flashes of anger break through, it seems so out of his public character. Yeah, Biden's admonitions, which are directed at aides at all levels, include GD, how the F, don't you know this? I didn't, don't effing BS me, and get the F out of here. According to current and former Biden aides who've witnessed and been on the receiving end of such outbursts. Some have said Biden would actually be better off displaying his temper in public from time to time as a way to alleviate concerns among voters that he's too disengaged and too old to be president. There's no question that the Biden temper is for real, according to the author of The Fight of His Life Inside Joe Biden's White House. Now, it may not be as volcanic as Bill Clinton's, but it's definitely there. In the book, quotes from former White House press secretary Jen Psaki saying, I said to Biden multiple times, yeah, I'll know we have a really good trusting relationship when you tell me at the first time. Okay. Others have said that if Biden doesn't yell at you, it could be a sign that he doesn't respect you. Mr. Nice Guy. So after all, I guess not Mr. Good old folksy Joe behind the scenes. Well, we've seen some of that anger try to surface during some of these press conferences. He gets those questions he doesn't like. He tends to snap. What's going on, Pappy?
What's going on, Steve? You know, it's a sign of dementia, too.
Angry outburst, yes. Yes.
Yes, sir. And think of this now. He knows his world's about to crumble down. The stress he's probably under right now, too. And what's that say, that some of his aides now are leaking all this?
Mm-hmm.
You know, like the caller said before, I think the wall's coming down. I hate to use that phrase because they use that on Trump so many times. The walls are closing in.
Did you see the video yesterday? I saw earlier that he's overseas now. He was in England there with King Charles, and they're out there in front of the, what do they call it, the Royal Guard with the big black hat things and all that. And Joe's walking with King Charles out there, and he kind of comes up almost face to face with one of those Royal Guard guys, and it's almost like he's standing there. It looks like he's trying to have a conversation with you. You're not even supposed to speak to him. And King Charles kind of looks at him and holds his hands out like no, come walk this way. Come on, Joe. Let's go this direction.
You know, Bongino's talked how they are given a script. Every time he's on a stage or when he's getting ready to get on stage and he leaves the stage, they are given cue cards and scripts telling him exactly when you walk up on stage, you will go up these steps, you will turn to your left, you will go over here, you will stand in front of the podium, give your speech. When the speech is over, you will turn to your right, take these steps down, then turn to your. They are told exactly what to do, and he even with cards and stuff to tell him and footprints on the floors, he can't follow the script, man. That's why he's always lost on stage. You don't know which way to go.
Yep.
And they are told, they know. He just forgets. Hey, Bongino made a interesting thing, too. He was talking about, how the cocaine, that was found here. No, it wasn't found there. It was found over here. It was found here. What, 3 or 4 different places now?
Mm-hmm.
He said the very first report that it was found in the library. And Bongino was saying that they needed to change that. We can't let that get out because smart people out there are going to pick up on something.
Who gets access to the library?
The family members. And that's about it. Steve. Nobody goes in that nobody goes in that library except for the family members. So he said when that first came out and it was found in the library, we got to change this. Right? And then they conveniently said it was found in the West Wing near the Situation Room.
Right.
Now, did you hear this today from, I don't know if it was today or not, but it was one of the staff members, said that the Situation Room is being under construction. So it's not even being used. So he was like, only workers have access to the Situation Room. Trying to imply that, well, some construction workers that probably brought this in.
Well, Friday morning, recall, because you said several times they would fingerprint the baggie and there would be DNA evidence on that baggie. Friday morning's news was saying they're going to do fingerprinting and DNA analysis. How long does it take to get that back?
Fingerprints?
Yeah.
A couple of hours.
Okay, so they're done with that.
DNA, maybe a little longer. But, I mean, we're talking about the White House here, Steve. I mean, they can expedite things. It's not like if we get a rape kit and send it out, it'll take about 3-4 weeks to get back. This is the White House, man. So like I said, if we didn't get any evidence off that thing, then we know who it was. But hey, you talk about this movie here. Caller called in, Sounds of Freedom.
Yes.
Steve, yeah, been hearing about this. It's kind of a documentary about child exploitation and sexual trafficking, and Steve, even organ donation. Sounds like it's got the far left up in arms because they don't want this movie out showing what can happen.
And I hadn't even really heard of it, but I'm looking at the clock and I got to pause there.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Thousands of Americans are dealing with flight issues to start their week. FlightAware reporting more than 1,700 flights have been delayed so far Monday. In the meantime, more than 400 flights have been canceled across the country. President Biden began his 5-day European trip Monday, meeting with British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak and King Charles in Great Britain. He's now in Lithuania for the 2-day NATO meeting where Ukrainian membership will be discussed.
I don't think it's ready for membership in NATO, but here's the deal. I spent, as you know, a great deal of time trying to hold NATO together.
Support for Ukraine as Russia's invasion continues, and membership for Sweden will also be discussed. Congress back in session this week after their 4th of July break. The biggest item on the agenda in the House is the $886 billion National Defense Authorization Act. Conservatives are using it as a platform to object to what they say is progressive social policy from the Pentagon. On the Senate side, Democrats in the Judiciary Committee want to work on establishing ethics standards for Supreme Court justices. A leading NASA scientist says the El Nino weather cycle is part of the reason the U.S. is seeing record temperatures this summer.
Speaking on CBS Face the Nation, Chief NASA Scientist and Senior Climate Advisor Dr. Kate Calvin said while climate change does drive higher temperatures overall, El Nino is also contributing to warmer temperatures. Calvin added that El Nino years are typically warmer than La Nina years, although 2022 was the warmest La Nina year and the 5th warmest overall. Calvin noted that climate change is more than just temperature. It affects water cycles that result in droughts or heavy storms. I'm Mark Mayfield.
More than 100 million people have signed up for Threads, Meta's answer to Twitter, in less than 5 days. The staggering numbers make the social media app the fastest-growing online platform ever. The process has been helped by allowing Instagram users to sign up with Threads using their existing info. This is USA News.
This ad furnished by Nesmatajo LLC. Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to 27cash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
27cash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news. I went to 27cash.com and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to 27cash.com. That's 27cash.com. 27cash.com.
A new report claims President Biden has a short temper behind closed doors. Citing current and former aides to Biden, Axios reports the president has a short fuse and is prone to yelling at staff while using profanity. The outlet reports some aides try to avoid meeting alone with Biden, while others said facing an outburst from the president is a sign of respect and signals his high expectations for those around him. FBI Director Christopher Wray will testify before Congress this week, specifically the House Judiciary Committee. He will face Republicans who have criticized the Justice Department due to the recent indictment of former President Trump. They believe the FBI is biased against Republicans and uninterested in investigating corruption allegations against President Biden. Madonna seems to be back on her feet after a health scare.
The pop star was seen strolling with a friend in her Upper East Side neighborhood Sunday. The Material Girl singer was reportedly found unconscious in her home nearly 2 weeks ago. She was allegedly revived with Narcan before being admitted to the ICU. The Grammy winner's celebration tour has been postponed due to the medical emergency. It had originally been scheduled to kick off July 15th. In Canada, I'm Michael Kastner.
At least 6 people are dead after a stabbing attack at a kindergarten in southern China. Local media reports indicate the victims include both children and adults. A 25-year-old man was detained on Monday, but authorities are releasing few details, including any motive. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Do you know someone with a drug or alcohol problem? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything. Stop the drug and alcohol nightmare. Are drug and alcohol problems hitting you too close to home? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. That's 800-694-1127.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, and thank you much. Back on a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. Welcome aboard, friends on the West Coast. Everybody on the same page now. Yeah, Mark Meadows was the one-time chief of staff to former President Trump. Talking about the cocaine saga yesterday, he said that the individual who brought it in the White House is probably a staff member. Said the entrance it was found in is used primarily by high-ranking officials in the administrative and security states. This is actually right outside the Situation Room, and there's a Secret Service agent within just a few feet of that through the another double door. Now, we hear the White House saying, well, it's visitors, tourists. That is highly, highly improbable, he said. Most of those, when you come for a tour, you actually have somebody along with you. Now, even if there were surveillance cameras, he said, unless you were waving it around, it may not have been caught. All right, regarding whether members of the Biden family would have used the West Executive entranceway, Meadows said, well, Trump family members went through it when he was in the administration. During my time, a number of family members would have used this same door. Yeah, they would actually come in, and yeah, if you're visiting the Oval Office, it's a whole lot quicker. It'd be easier to come through this rather than the East Wing or other areas. Speculation. I'm gonna get back to Pappy there, and yeah, we kind of left off talking about the movie, and yeah, I guess so. There was actually forces trying to prevent this movie from ever being released.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. Steve, I saw a couple of interviews with some people on some other sites, and On one of them, I got in the middle of it. I'm almost 100% sure they were talking about this movie. And whoever sent you that email, man, if they could maybe confirm what I'm saying. But it's not, it's a documentary from what I am understanding. Okay? And a lot of it was concentrated on Ukraine. The Ukrainian families that are fleeing that country due to the war. And I guess when they get over to Poland, there's all kinds of organizations, Christians organizations like the Red Cross, right? Several of these type of organizations trying to assist and help these families fleeing, right? Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some illegal people there doing stuff where they are approaching these mothers with young children and telling them, listen, you want a better life for your child? We can make it happen. Get this child out of this part of the world. We will pay you $20,000 in U.S. currency, and your child will be safe and be in a happy family somewhere else. And a lot of these parents, thinking that they are doing their child a favor, and come to find out that these kids are being exploited and shipped off for all kinds of reasons. That's even hard to talk about. And one of them is actually for organ donations. They said in China, there's a mass organ donation facility, so to speak, I guess, in China.
Right.
Because the laws over there are so weak when it comes to this kind of stuff. So anybody that's got a lot of money and their child is in need of a heart transplant, a liver transplant, they will pay the money to go out and find their child a heart or a liver. And I'm pretty sure that's in this documentary or in this movie, that this is the kind of stuff that's going on. And they talked about our border too. I mean, we've heard the horror stories from the border agents, Steve.
Yep.
Our own border agents talk about what are happening to these young females, coming up, trying to get into this country, what they're put through. And, so the far left destroys their open border policies, that, hey, this is going on. It kind of opening everybody's eyes. So they were trying to get it shut down, and I guess they were trying to say, they're trying to, what were you saying? They were made some comments about the movie. The movie directors, I guess, came back and said that's absolutely false.
Correct.
So yeah, I'm hoping to maybe go check that out, man. I ain't been to a movie in I don't know how long, Steve. I wasn't one to here in the last 10 years really go check out movies. I took Mercedes to a couple when she was younger, but this might be good one to check out. Hey, 155 Mikes, right? 155 millimeter artillery shells.
Yes.
we ain't got none. Huh?
Yeah.
Ain't that something? Ain't that just something? Steve, our military is in trouble. A couple guys at work, a couple people at work have some sons in the military. There's some other podcasts that are out there. YouTube's starting to ban them. They're working their way over to Rumble. Some of these, I think I told you before about some of these ex-special forces, retired special forces guys. one has his own show, and he interviews other Navy SEALs, Special Forces people that were overseas. And man, some of them interviews can be really intense when they talk about what they went through, you know. And I was watching, not watching, but listening to another show on, what's the name of that? Real American Voices.
Mm-hmm.
It's another app you can download where they talk stuff, right? Real good people. Frank Gaffey, he's a big leader on China. He's been on the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of has his own little gig going too, and he had this general on his show talking about the high-ranking military is going woke, and it's a problem. And a lot of the good troops, the special forces guys, you know, are leaving because of it. Kind of the same problem the police agencies around this country are having, you know. The military's having the same problem. The good guys are leaving because we're seeing what's going on. And I think this guy's name, he's an Air Force general. He's trying to get on with the Joint Chief of Staff. I think his name was General Brown, but I should have wrote it down. He said he's a war combat pilot with high marks, outstanding military record. But he's woke, and he's woke big time. And he's made comments that if he had his way, that there would be no more Caucasians getting promoted to high-ranking positions in the military. So he was saying, keep an eye on this to see if he gets, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Steve, that's,
yep.
You don't get much higher than that. You know what I'm saying? They dictate what's going to happen in our military. And General Milley, you know, when you get, what, about a year ago? I can't remember if it was when Trump was still president or not, when he gave his little speech in a thing one time talking about, we need to open our eyes to this. Apparently, Steve, they are teaching this critical race theory in Annapolis, you know, these military colleges.
Yep.
There's a lot of retired admirals, generals coming out and saying we this needs to stop, man. It needs to stop. Again, I don't know if it's part of China's, you know, whole gig where they infiltrated. I hate keeping to talk about this, but you know, is it reaching into our military now too? Which could be bad news. But all right, my man. That's all I got. I've been on the phone a lot today, man. I get a lot of phone calls, Steve. Daughter out in California, the other daughter, my sister. She can probably imagine why, but so I've been on the phone a lot today. So I'm gonna get off here, brother.
All
right.
right.
I appreciate you taking my call.
Hey, thanks.
Everybody be safe.
Thanks for checking in. There you go. All right, I did find a bit more about who had kind of actually declared war against this movie, Sound of Freedom. First, let me get down to for our racing fans out there, winged sprint car racers will vie for the second largest winner's prize in American motorsports and the largest in short track racing this year, this Thursday at the famous Eldora Speedway. One sprint car driver will earn a life-changing $1,002,023. for the year 2023. 1,000,000, for winning the unsanctioned 50-lap Eldora Million on July 13 at the half-mile dirt oval in western Ohio, owned by three-time NASCAR Cup Series champion Tony Stewart. The race carries a total purse of $1,405,000 and some change. It is all part of an incredible 4-day slate of races, Wednesday through Saturday at Eldora, that carries a total purse of $2,023,000. Get a load of this. The winner of the Eldora Million will earn $40,080.92 per mile for winning the 50-lap feature. Now, they say Joseph Newgarden only earned $7,332 per mile for winning the Indy 500 at Indianapolis Motor Speed. Well, of course, that was a 500-mile race, right? Comparing dollars to dollars, the winner of the Eldora Million will earn more outright than Ricky Stenhouse Jr. did for winning the 2023 Daytona 500. Wow. We've had two $1 million to win dirt late model races at Eldora. But to finally do it for the sprint car community is something that makes all of us at Eldora really proud, according to Tony. Sprint car drivers put on some of the best shows in all of racing, and this is our way of saying thanks. The Eldora Million preliminary action will be coming up Wednesday with two 25-lap features to pay $12,000 to win out of a $117,000 purse. A crown jewel of the World of Outlaws NOS Energy Drink Sprint Car Series follows the Eldora Million on Friday and Saturday, the 14th and 15th. The night before the King's Royal, this Friday, will pay $20,000 to win the A-Main out of an $83,350 purse. The following night, the 40th running of the King's Royal, which pays $175,000 to win, and $5,000 to start the 40-lap feature out of a $383,000 purse. I mean, you know, for a lot of times, these dirt track races may be a $5,000 to win on any given weekend. I mean, this is $5,000 just to make the starting field and $175,000 to win. Part of that purse includes $6,000 in King's Royal Rookie of the Race Awards. Hard Charger Awards for the week will pay $5,000. Huge fields of cars and huge crowds are expected for all 4 nights of action at Eldora. They do say fans without tickets are urged to purchase them without delay to get your best choice of seating areas. You can find all the info at the website eldoraspeedway.com. All right, Eldora Speedway, near Rossburg, Ohio. Kind of like out in the middle of nowhere is what it's been explained to me. Two-lane roadway in and out. Traffic can get pretty backed up trying to get in and out of there. And a lot of people will be camping out for all 4 nights. Here we're into Tuesday. Probably going to be some people that'll be setting up shop, camping out, starting probably tonight. All right, it is 844-3388. Clear lines on a Tuesday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, a couple minutes before we hit that news break, bottom of the hour, just around the corner here. And in the meantime, yes, 844-844-3388. That is our number. I would consider this a positive step in Washington, D.C., legislative action, but I'm also at the same time thinking, what are the odds it's actually going to go anywhere? Republican lawmakers this past day introduced what they say is the most conservative election integrity bill to be seriously considered in the House in more than 20 years. The American Confidence in Elections Act, the ACE Act for short, ACE, unveiled during a field hearing in Atlanta of the House Committee on Administration. The act is our federalist approach to boost voter confidence and encourage more states to implement common sense election integrity reforms. The ACE Act will provide states with the tools to implement election integrity reforms, implement key election integrity reforms in D.C. in particular, and protect political speech. A summary of the bill said the act will require states to preserve election materials such as ballots and ballot envelope images for 22 months and allow states to use federal funds on audits and to implement certain restrictions on ballot harvesting. The Department of Homeland Security and the Social Security Administration would also be required to provide data to the states so they can check if registered voters are actual citizens or if they had died. The bill also loosens rules on political parties' committees coordinating expenditures with candidates and raises contribution limits for political party committees.
USA News Update. President Biden is in Lithuania for a two-day NATO summit. Members of the military alliance will reaffirm their support for Ukraine as Russia's invasion of that country continues. Membership for Ukraine and Sweden also expected to be front and center. A top NASA scientist says that the El Nino weather cycle is contributing to the record temperatures we're seeing here in the U.S. this summer.
The combination of climate change and El Nino means we're seeing higher global temperatures.
Dr. Kate Calvin, chief NASA scientist and senior climate advisor on CBS Face the Nation, said that climate change goes beyond temperature and impacts water cycles, leading to droughts or intense storms. It's still not clear how a small bag of cocaine ended up in the White House. The Secret Service is continuing its investigation into who brought the drugs into the West Wing. They say they could wrap that up early this week. Agents found the powder during a routine sweep of the building on July 2nd. John Schaefer, USA News.
Want to get the absolute most out of your workouts? Transparent Labs offer the finest pre-workout formulas to help you bulk or get lean and achieve your goals with stimulus-free supplements developed for peak performance. Transparent Labs is the industry-leading all-natural sports nutrition brand. The 100% grass-fed whey protein isolate is the cleanest protein supplement on the market. It tastes great, mixes well, and it's sourced from grass-fed, hormone-free U.S. cattle. All of Transparent Labs supplements are formulated using the most up-to-date scientific research in clinically effective dosages. Right now, get 20% off your first order at transparentlabs.com with code RADIO at checkout. Use a clean supplement to help maximize your results with 100% natural ingredients and zero artificial sweeteners, colors, or flavors. Third-party lab tested for purity and potency. Get 20% off your first order today from transparentlabs.com, code RADIO. Transparent Labs, driven by science, fueled by nature. Enter code RADIO at transparentlabs.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, what do we got here? Clear lines at 844-844-3388. And our one listening friend that was headed down into Oklahoma, talking about some strong storms. Yeah, got flash flood warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings that continue right there in central and west central Oklahoma. Right now from flash flood warnings right there in Oklahoma City. Clinton to Watauga, severe thunderstorm warnings. What do we got here? Numerous counties impacted by 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail are the reports coming in there. And this is just the beginning of what may be a long few days. The summer's been pretty active when it comes to severe weather, especially over the central states. And forecasters continue to warn of an ongoing severe weather threat for the region this week. Complexes of storms are likely, along with the risk of high winds, flooding, rain, portions of the Central Plains on over to the Mississippi Valley, they tell us. Yeah, the driving force behind the severe weather in recent weeks has been a dome of high pressure over Texas and a very active jet stream across the northern half of the country, even though the high pressure and the heat dome is kind of migrating further west this week. Yeah, the jet stream is going to remain very active across the north. So these thunderstorms spawned by ripples in the jet stream will be given a boost by the heat to the south and the southwest. Yeah, thunderstorms will tend to erupt over the rim of that heat from the Rockies to the Appalachians. On one or more occasions, thunderstorms are going to group into complexes that travel for many miles. They're not really highlighting the favorability of a derecho this week, like we've seen in several recent weeks. But here we are catching a Tuesday. Forecasters are going to be monitoring the potential for a complex of severe weather to evolve in parts of central and eastern Nebraska. That risk will extend outward for much of South Dakota and southern Minnesota on into northeastern Kansas, northern Missouri later this afternoon into Tuesday night. Omaha, Nebraska, Des Moines, Iowa, some of the major plains cities that could see severe weather today. Yeah, all modes of severe weather possible. Winds gusting 60 to 80 miles per hour. Yeah, some of the stronger storms could bring 90-mile-an-hour gusts. Should these storms develop into a complex, it may continue traveling toward the east and southeast Tuesday night and then turning southward Wednesday over portions of Missouri and western Illinois. There is then a chance for a second complex to form in that area Wednesday, moving toward the south and southeast, maybe reaching eastern Arkansas, western Tennessee, and northern Mississippi. Down there toward Brain Dead, Big Sexy's neck of the woods, as we head toward midweek. All right, we got, let's see, who we got on board? Would that be Double R?
Hey, Steve, how you doing?
It is Double R. All right, what's going on?
No, not much. I've been trying to get a hold of you there. I tried about 2 o'clock in your time, and I don't know if it was going through or what, but I just hung up and said, the heck with it. I'll call them later and see if I can get a hold of you.
Yeah, I guess you're in New Mexico. New Mexico. You got kind of spotty cell service out there. Is that kind of?
Yeah, I might end up losing you. I'm down here on I-10. I'm right here 25 and I-10. I was going through White Sands when I tried to get a hold of you.
Yeah.
We had a pretty good light show coming across there. But anyhow, I'm headed over here to Gardenia, California. I've got a load of them new Bronco Raptors and take them over here and unload them where they can film their commercial.
So that's something hot off the press. I'm not familiar with that vehicle.
Yeah, it's one of them hot loads, so. But, hey, who's that, I can't remember her name. It's that girl that does the interviewing with the media. What's her name?
What, the press secretary, Corinne Jean-Pierre?
Yeah, did you see that on Facebook where she got that white powder all up underneath her nose, and she said, we're looking into it?
Yeah, I saw that. That's funny.
I got a kick out of that. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah. We don't know whose cocaine it is. We're looking into it.
we're looking into it. We'll have you an answer. So, but anyhow, I'm sorry I didn't get back with you on Saturday. We were busy. It was real late Saturday night time we got out of Michigan. So we just been rolling right along here. So
yeah, all right.
I wanted to call you and let you know what's going on.
So they're keeping you busy now?
Yeah, they're trying to.
You got any big car shows coming up in the near future? Or?
Yeah. The second week of August, I believe it is. We've got Monterey, Pebble Beach, California. That's a big event for the classic car people. There's going to be a Mecum auction there, and it's usually about a week long. 2 week long deal, but it's in a beautiful part of California. Believe it or not, they do have some nice areas out there. It's real nice up there. It's up right on the beach, and it's pretty cool. But it's a real big event. We just got done doing Vegas with I can't even think. I'm having brain farts bigger than hell. Barry Jackson.
Yeah. Okay.
And yeah. So, but yeah, we were slow there for a little bit, and now I guess they're starting to pick back up a little. And we've been hauling a lot of electric cars since I've been back. In fact, I've got one of the new Ford F-150 Lightnings on my trailer right now, along with them Bronco Raptors, and one of them is electric. And I don't know. And then we picked up top secret cars for General Motors that were fully electric, and took them up to Michigan.
You guys have any concerns? Do you make you nervous hearing about all these electric car fires and whatnot? Are you kind of keeping an eye out, waiting for smoke to start coming out of your trailer?
Yeah, in fact, we had I believe it was one of our trailers caught fire due to one of them electric vehicles, and but it didn't do much damage. They caught it before it got too awful bad. But them ones that we picked up in Tennessee and brought up to Michigan, they told us specifically, once we got the vehicles on the trailer, they're fully electric, to disconnect the main power source until we get up there. So that's what they're trying to do, but I don't think that's going to defeat the purpose, somehow or another, even though if you disconnect the main power source, a battery's got a way of getting hot regardless, and I mean, that's my theory, but that's what they're telling us to do. In fact, I had to do it on this Lightning I have on here. I had to disconnect the main power source. But these things are so damn heavy, it ain't funny.
Oh, right.
But I don't know what they're going to do about these things. I guess Dodge Ram, they're in the process of building a fully electric pickup truck. We're waiting on that to come out. I guess they're wanting to get in the swing. But anyhow, I just, like I said, I just wanted to call in and say good morning to my friend, and let you know we're out here listening to you, and I'll let somebody else get on, and you have yourself a wonderful morning, my friend.
All right. Well, hey, thank you for checking in. Safe travels out there, headed to the land of fruits and nuts. Don't get stuck out there. All right, so that frees up another line. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3380. Let me give you the rest of the story here on this Sound of Freedom film. Now, anytime Dinesh D'Souza comes out with a film, he does a lot of the documentary thing. The journalists, I mean, they go bat crap crazy on him. Yeah, because he's a conservative. And he brings out the activist in most media settings. But the new film, Sound of Freedom, hailed by conservative, looks nothing like a D'Souza film. The fact-based story follows a guy by the name of Tim Ballard, who was a Homeland Security agent tasked with bringing pedophiles to justice. What he doesn't do is save the countless children forced into sex trafficking, one of the globe's most insidious crimes. Now, the part of Tim Ballard is being played by an actor by the name of Jim Caviezel. Yeah, that all changes when the fact that he doesn't go after those who are forced into sex trafficking. That changes when he learned about a brother and sister whisked off by one of the ghoulish networks. Now Tim was going to risk his career, his life to save them from an unspeakable, cruel existence. Sounds of Freedom takes no political stances. It evokes God a time or two. It is not what you'd call a faith-based thriller. It is timely, upsetting, and according to audiences, a must-see experience. Now, some media organizations have taken cartoonishly unprofessional stances against the film. The Guardian, a respectable progressive outlet, published a column on the film that gives new meaning to the word screed. Sound of Freedom, the QAnon-adjacent thriller, Seducing America was the headline. It gets worse from there. The trafficking follows no motivation more elaborate than the servicing of rich predators. All talk of body part black markets, the precious organic biochemical of adrenochrome harvested as satanic key to eternal life. The first rule of QAnon, you don't talk about QAnon where the normals can hear you. Now, that was from The Guardian. The free speech averse Rolling Stone doubled down on the hysteria, going so far as to mock the film's audience, saying Sound of Freedom is a superhero movie for dads with brainworms. The QAnon-triggered thriller about child trafficking is designed to appeal to the conscience of conspiracy-addled boomers. Is it fact-based or not? Are children being trafficked for sex? Well, the answer is yes. Yes, they are. Therefore, to its boosters, the movie checks many satisfying boxes at once. The actor Caviezel, a devout Catholic, who's pretty much blacklisted by the entertainment industry. Let's see. The Washington Post attacked the film based partly on the star, Caviezel. Imagine a rich man who creates an entire network dedicated to underage sex slaves for global elites to plunder. But when he dies under mysterious circumstances, the mainstream media looks the other way. And that's obviously a reference to, what's his name, the guy that didn't actually hang himself. Yeah, the liberal critic Roger Moore hated Sounds of Freedom. But he took his rage to a personal level. He hates the star, Caviezel, because he's a conservative Christian. So he actually turns his review into a series of personal attacks on the actor himself. Caviezel made it his business to cynically pander to his conservative religious audience long before he starred in TV's Person of Interest, which was canceled because he's just not an interesting, expressive actor. So there you go. Most of the mainstream is against Sound of Freedom. That has not impacted the box office, though. Angel Studios says they earned a whopping $37 million in less than 1 week's time with Sound of Freedom. All right, we'll get back to your calls just ahead. 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, so I guess long story short, this is, again, it's a fact-based story that follows the Homeland Security agent. His job is to bring pedophiles to justice, but not rescue the kids that are forced into sex trafficking. And that, in this case, that changed when he learned about the brother and sister. Goes into Colombia, risking his life. Like the Washington Post said, yeah, it's Epstein. That's who was, couldn't think of his name. Epstein. You know, the guy that hung himself in prison. I mean, yeah, imagine a rich man created an entire network dedicated to underage sex slaves for global elites to plunder. That's exactly what unfolded. And Epstein is a true life scenario. It's not a science fiction thing. Yeah, of course, then when he dies under mysterious circumstances, you know, all these same mainstream media outlets look the other way. Some people did point out all these same characters that are attacking the movie Sound of Freedom actually, leaped mountains of praise on the Netflix movie that was called Cuties. Cuties, the film that showed little girls in sexualized outfits dancing in a provocative fashion. I guess in this day and age, it shouldn't be surprising. That's just where we are today. Hey there, Knucklebuster.
Oh, morning, Mr. Steve Summers. What a day. Every day is a different day, right?
Yes, sir. Hey, you know what? You asked me about that. Someone had sent me an email, and it was a race car, and I thought it was the one you had sent that was a late model. I got your picture yesterday. You had texted that to me. That is indeed one of those winged sprint cars, and I bet that guy is probably going to be in Eldora trying to take part of that $1 million this week.
He might be. I don't know. I just, all I know, he's got a lot of money, right?
Well, he's got a lot of money, but I mean, I guarantee you $1 million prize is going to bring everyone that has a fast car to Eldora.
Oh, I know that's right. Well, I hope he wins. Good luck to him, man.
Yeah.
Speaking about money, though, you got let's see, I think it was about almost $10,000. It was a Jeep Grand Cherokee got stuck on a remote Alaskan trail, and it needed a Black Hawk helicopter to airlift it out. They couldn't get it out with a regular wrecker, so I don't know. It was about $10,000 an hour just to get that thing out of its stuck position, and they couldn't get a strap on it on all four corners, so they just strapped it on two corners and took off with it. That'd be a crazy thing to be seeing in the air, right?
Yeah, no joke.
And your buddy there speaking about them Ford trucks he had on there. They've got a crazy idea over at Ford now that'll let you drive off-road while you're standing up. I don't know how they're going to manage that. But anyway, I don't know if I'd want to be driving a Bronco standing up out the top hole there.
Okay.
That'd be kind of hard to do, especially if you hit a rut or a ditch or something, and that'd sling you around. Might even throw you out there, right? The big man's got a temper. Imagine that.
Who would have ever thought?
Yep. I know he wouldn't yell at me but one time, and that'd be it, right? Well, I got a good story. A chart-topping Christian singer taught successful anti-target song, People of God and Patriots Are the Majority. He bumped Taylor Swift and somebody else out of the number one position with his song there. So I thought that was pretty good. That was a positive thing there. So anyway, that's all my old baloney. Let's get this top of the news hour in there, buddy.
Well, that's about where we are. Yes, you are correct. Hey, thank you very much, Knuckle Buster. But we got a full hour yet to go. So jump on in at 844-844-3388. Good to have you with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
keep the bugs off your glass, and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Parts of the Northeast bracing for what's being called life-threatening flash floods. Forecasters say most of Vermont and portions of upstate New York are under a rare high risk of excessive rainfall into Tuesday. Over 42 million Americans are under heat warnings this week. Extreme heat's already hitting the Southwest in states including California and Arizona. Parts of Texas and Florida are also feeling the heat this week and could also see record temperatures. If the election were held today, Florida Republicans will still be supporting the former president. Despite the federal indictment in Miami on allegations of mishandling classified documents, they vow to still vote for Donald Trump in the GOP primary.
We had former President Trump at about 50% and Governor DeSantis at 30%.
Florida Atlantic University political science chair Dr. Kevin Wagner says their new survey also revealed nearly 20% of those respondents feel it would be disloyal to vote for anyone other than Trump. A suspected murderer with survivalist skills is still the subject of a multi-state manhunt.
We've conducted many of these types of investigations of various size and scope over the years. It's always impossible until you've actually captured the person, you know, just how close you are.
Pennsylvania State Police Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens says Michael Burham escaped from a Pennsylvania jail by climbing on exercise equipment and out through the roof overnight Thursday. The jail's near the Allegheny National Forest, so officials have been extensively searching that area. It's still not clear how a small bag of cocaine ended up at the White House. The Secret Service is continuing its investigation into who brought the drugs into the West Wing and could wrap it up early this week. Ozzy Osbourne is canceling what was to have been his first performance in nearly 5 years. He said his body is telling him that he's not quite ready yet. This is USA News.
Want to get the absolute most out of your workouts? Transparent Labs offer the finest pre-workout formulas to help you bulk or get lean and achieve your goals with stimulus-free supplements developed for peak performance. Transparent Labs is the industry-leading all-natural sports nutrition brand. The 100% grass-fed whey protein isolate is the cleanest protein supplement on the market. It tastes great, mixes well, and it's sourced from grass-fed, hormone-free U.S. cattle. All of Transparent Labs supplements are formulated using the most up-to-date scientific research in clinically effective dosages. Right now, get 20% off your first order at TransparentLabs.com with code RADIO at checkout. Use a clean supplement to help maximize your results with 100% natural ingredients and zero artificial sweeteners, colors, or flavors. Third-party lab tested for purity and potency. Get 20% off your first order today from TransparentLabs.com, code RADIO. Transparent Labs, driven by science, fueled by nature. Enter code RADIO at TransparentLabs.com.
The upcoming Amazon Prime Days are a prime time for consumers to get ripped off.
With Amazon's Prime Day sales event Tuesday and Wednesday, the company is warning customers to watch out for scammers. Scammers posing as Amazon representatives is quite common. The company says if there is a suspicious text or email asking to get in touch with them or to download software, don't reply. Instead, they say you should contact Amazon customer service directly. I'm John Schaefer.
The war in Ukraine is surpassing the 500-day mark.
The Kremlin has repeatedly ordered attacks on Ukraine's energy grid, seized its nuclear energy facilities, and engaged irresponsibly in nuclear saber rattling.
State Department spokesman Matthew Miller said Ukrainians have endured relentless attacks from Russian forces. Meanwhile, reports say Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will meet with NATO leaders in Lithuania this week. He'll also reportedly meet with President Biden one-on-one. The rapper known as 50 Cent says Los Angeles is, quote, finished, thanks to a controversial policy that lets certain alleged lawbreakers out of jail right after they are arrested. In an Instagram post, the music star, whose real name is Curtis Jackson, was referring to L.A. County's zero bail policy, which was reinstated in May. Under the rule, detained suspects who are arrested for misdemeanor crimes are to be booked and released without bail. 50 Cent posted, quote, watch how bad it gets out there. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-215-2418, 800-215-2418, 800-215-2418.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
It's a chance for the Grand National Circuit to catch its breath. This as the Regional National Circuit hits full stride with more pulls than nights of the week. And it won't just be red and green flags waving proudly at Northern Ohio events this summer. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. Major off-track news this week as the NTPA welcomes the United States Army into its fold of corporate partners. The Army will sponsor a campaign across events in Northern Ohio in which fans will be informed via PA announcements of the potential benefits and rewards of a career in military service. U.S. Army representatives will further attend several of the supported events, all located north of Interstate 70 in the Buckeye State. We are honored to work with the United States Army, said Greg Randall, the association's executive director. They represent what is right with our country. They are heroes in every sense of the word. We are excited about partnering for many years. Dr. Michael Banke, U.S. Army Education Services Specialist, stated, "This is something that we have wanted to do for some time. We are so happy to support the pullers in Northern Ohio, and we look forward to meeting the pulling fans at the many events." The U.S. Army conducts targeted operations as engaged leaders in Northern Ohio and Western Pennsylvania to recruit and retain the best volunteers to be soldiers in order to maintain the world's best active and reserve military forces. U.S. Army 2023 NTPA events include the Clark County Fair Pull in Springfield, the Fort Recovery Grand Nationals, the Union County Fair Pull in Marysville, the Champaign County Fair Pull in Urbana, the Erie County Fair Pull in Sandusky, the Henry County Fair Grand Nationals in Napoleon, the Muskingum County Fair Pull in Zanesville, the Huron County Fair Pull in Norwalk, the National Tractor Pulling Championships in Bowling Green, the Great Dark County Fair Pull in Greenville, the Friday Night Spectacular in Wellington, the Tri-State Showdown in Wauseon, the Charlie Swartz Memorial Pull in Canton, the Hancock County Fair Pull in Findlay, the Enderley Pull-Off in Urbana, and the Fall Classic in Medina. The Grand National Circuit was idle across all 13 divisions for a second week, and that will continue for just one more weekend before the tour resumes for 5 divisions in Chapel Hill, Tennessee on Friday and Saturday, July 21st and 22nd. In the meantime, the regional circuit has come up to full boil. In 7 days over the next week, the NTPA will present events in Charlotte, Michigan at the Eaton County Fair on Thursday and Friday, July 13th and 14th, in Iowa at the Winnebago County Fair in Decorah on Thursday, and the Wright County Fair in Eagle Grove on Friday, in Wilmington, Ohio at the Clinton County Fair, and in River Falls, Wisconsin for the Smoke and Thunder by the Kinney on Saturday the 15th, in Greensburg, Indiana on Monday the 17th, at Hartford, Michigan's Hartford Nationals and Washington Courthouse, Ohio's Fayette County Fair Pull on Tuesday the 18th, and at the National Summer Slide in Monticello, Iowa on Wednesday the 19th. Next week, we'll take a look at the GN standings as we prepare for that series to heat back up in the Mid-South. But you can study up or find a poll near you at ntpapull.com. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I am John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, here we go. Final hour. Rolling into a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. You're talking about the movie The Sound of Freedom. Shorty said the guy playing the leading role in that, Jim Caviezel, whatever it is, he's the guy that played the part of Jesus in Mel Gibson's Passion of the Christ. All right, so I guess that would serve the reason. Yeah, Rubber Duck says, you know, if they're all against us seeing this movie, what that really means, it screams, go see the movie, all right? Michigan Madman, I guess he's trying to get some rest at this point. But a little bit earlier, he said, a little before the news break there, so awesome to be able to watch and listen to the show again. I haven't been able to do this in months. Don't ever take days for granted. That is so true. And he also said, what would I give to be able to call in and talk to Steve Summers? Never, ever take any day for granted. I'm going to head off to bed. I've got some friends that are going to be racing in the Slinger Nationals tonight. Good night, all. All right. Get you some rest there. Michigan Madman. Meanwhile, back to the calls here, and 5-7 checking in. What's happening?
Yeah, I dander up because of the criticism of that movie and the people that's doing it. You know, hey, listen, we'd just love to know, get an investigation, find out what those people were doing on Epstein's Island. Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton. Hey, was Ray Barr out there, or Bill Barr out there? What could that be? Hillary had some things on him, video of him. Because they thought they were out of the United States of America. And in my opinion, I think that's what Hillary was doing out there is, they would, get these, powerful people in our politics, get them under their thumb by having something over their head.
Sure.
But, I mean, there's just so much that, hey, they're not telling us, so that gives me a right to be a conspiracy about it because they don't want us to hear or know anything about it. Another one I'd love to have. Drag in the parents of these young girls and find out why would you let your 14-year-old girl go flying off unchaperoned by somebody, either the father or the mother. I mean, not some stranger, not even, don't care if it's a woman, there's lesbians out there. Why? Did you sell your daughter? I mean, what kind of income did you, there is so many questions on this other than the fact that a 6-foot man hung himself on a 5-foot pole. Give me a break. Hey, we're in a world where these people can't figure out which bathroom to use. So us people that are sane, we're supposedly the bad guys, I guess. But yeah, I don't want to hear any of their criticisms. Because plain and simple, after seeing Marjorie Taylor Greene attack Mayorkas and asking about that, child sex trafficking, right over his head, just absolutely, we're doing everything. We can, sure. And she basically darn near called him a liar. As a matter of fact, I think she did call him a liar, and then she was sanctioned for it. So, hey, I'm glad it's out. I'm glad it's bringing the news to people because there's still people out here that just, when you tell them about sex trafficking over the border, they got eyes glazed over. I don't know if they just don't believe it or they just don't care. But one thing in that story, I believe it said that I think means a lot. You can sell a weapon, a rifle, one time. You can sell drugs, coke, whatever that drug is, one time. But you can sell a 8-year-old girl thousands upon thousands of times, and probably for about the same amount of money. So this is serious, and I'm hoping it gets out there. It's more than political. I mean, that's about all I got. I went to pick up the truck. They put tires on it and everything, so they lent F-150, so I could go home yesterday afternoon. But I'll be home here and out of contact here in about 10 minutes. But I got to take the wife to the doctor again. But yeah, I had to call in when you gave that, criticism of that movie, and you like you said, cuties. Probably the same people.
Yep,
Yeah, I mean,
yep.
hey, you're not hearing this on CNN, ABC, or CBS. You might hear it on Newsmax, but you're definitely hearing it on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, where we know up is up, down is down, and which toilet to use. 5-7, yeah.
All right. Hey, all right. Good luck with the doctor visit this morning. I came across a very interesting story about, of course, one of the biggest online sellers is Amazon. But many companies, all the big box retailers, of course, been pushing to move into the territory of because it's become the thing, online shopping. For so many years, how many times I said, especially when it comes to purchasing like shoes or clothing. I mean, you can go into the shoe store and you know what size you wear. All right, I've got size 11. But, one brand just say, it's a little too big. Maybe I'd try a 10.5 on that one, or vice versa. But if you order them online, you get them and they don't fit. It's like, well, son of a, got to send it back. Let's try to get it. And it's the same. I always liked the idea of being able to go in and physically pick up the item, look at the quality, and purchase. We do a lot more online shopping now, but especially when you buy those sort of things, shoes and clothing. How many times do you have to send things? I bought my wife a half dozen things for Christmas online, and literally half the merchandise that she opened up on Christmas Day had to be packaged up, sent back for another size. It's just a real pain in the butt. There's a dark side to all this online shopping. They share the example, just like I just mentioned. Order the electric toothbrush for Father's Day and a couple of shirts for yourself. Unpack your order. The electric toothbrush won't charge, and only one of your shirt fits, right? So, you got to return the unwanted shirt and the electric toothbrush. It might seem simple, and oftentimes it's free for the consumer. But managing those returns can get very costly for the retailers. So much so that many returned items, they say, are actually thrown out. Last year, returns cost retailers about $816 billion in lost sales. That's nearly as much as the United States spent on public schools, and almost twice the cost of returns just 2 years earlier in 2020. The return process with transportation and packaging also generated about 24 million metric tons of carbon dioxide emissions last year. Together, costs and emissions create a real problem for retailers and the planet. As a supply chain management researcher, I follow developments in retail logistics. Take a closer look inside the black box of product returns. So you repackaged your unwanted shirt and toothbrush, drove them to the UPS drop box. They have an agreement with Amazon for free returns. So now what? All right, UPS transports those items to the retailer's warehouses dedicated to processing returns. This step in the process cost the retailer money. Matter of fact, 66% of the cost of a $50 item by one estimate. Now, then, of course, you've got the carbon dioxide, as the trucks and the planes carry those items hundreds of miles. The plastic, the paper, the cardboard from the return package becomes waste. Processing a return takes 2 to 3 times longer than initially shipping the item. That it has to be unpacked, inspected, repacked, and rerouted. That adds more to the cost to the company, especially in a tight labor market. Workers have to manually unpack the items, inspect them, and based on the return reason, decide what happens next. If a warehouse worker decides the shirt in your example can be resold, it'll be repackaged and sent to another warehouse. Once another consumer orders the shirt, it'll be ready to be packed and shipped again. In-store returns can significantly cut warehouse and transportation cost, but driving to a brick-and-mortar store might not be convenient for the consumer. Only about a quarter of online purchases are returned in person to an actual store. Now, if an item is defective, like the electric toothbrush, in our example, the warehouse worker might send it back to the manufacturer to fix and refurbish. It would be packaged and loaded on a truck, possibly a plane, to be sent to the manufacturer. More carbon dioxide emissions. If the toothbrush can be repaired, the refurbished product is ready to be sold into the consumer market again. Sometimes repairs actually cost more than the product can be resold for. When that comes into the play, it's cheaper for the retailer just to throw it away. And I can cite examples where my wife has purchased things like clothing items to where you make the phone call and they say, I ordered this size, and they sent the wrong size, for example. It's not what you actually ordered. And oftentimes they'll say, well, don't bother to ship it back. Just, we'll send you the right size. You know what I mean? It's just the hassles. If the company can't resell the shirt or refurbish the toothbrush, economically, the outlook for these items is grim. Some get sold in bulk to discount stores. Oftentimes, those products just end up in the landfill. In 2019, about 5 billion pounds of waste from returns were sent to landfills in this country. By last year, the estimated waste had doubled to about 9.5 billion pounds. So things may be changing, folks. In the past, customers who wanted to return items by mail were often expected to do so on their own dime. That changed after Amazon began offering free returns and easy-to-use drop-off locations at UPS or Kohl's stores, which kind of forced other retailers to follow suit if they wanted to compete. Many seeing free returns as a way to keep shoppers coming back. That pendulum may be starting to swing back. The percentage of retailers charging to ship returns increased from 33% to 41% last year and continues to grow. Retailers are trying several other techniques to lower the return rate, the waste, and the losses, which ultimately come back to the consumer in the form of higher prices. Now, think back, there was a time there when neighbor Dave was still driving before he had his heart surgery. And he had taken a gig working at Amazon over in northern Kentucky. And what he was doing was taking, all these returns come in, by the plane load and whatnot, or the truck loads when the UPS or whatever brings them in. And he would actually, on a daily basis, go out there and just take one tractor trailer load, picking up returned merchandise to take it to the return center for processing and truckload after truckload all day long, just as quickly as you make one turnaround after another. I said, you got to be kidding me. That he said, you would not believe the number of products that end up being returned. All right, a couple minutes before we hit news break here. It's 844-3388. See what's going on with the Gilligan this morning. Wait a minute. My computer didn't do its thing. There we go. Take two.
Yeah, hey.
There he is.
Hey, good morning. Hey, good morning, Steve. How you doing? I know you've already answered that about 10 times. I'll end right there. Hey, did I hear you right? That you ordered a toothbrush that didn't fit and a shirt that wouldn't charge? Hey, you must have a big mouth. I didn't think your mouth was that big. And that must be one loud shirt if you got to charge it. Man, I'll tell you what, that's kind of messed up. Hey, yeah, I was talking about that film there. I tell you, the left is doing everything they can to cover up what's really going on at the southern border. I mean, the child trafficking problem has been there for years. I mean, the drugs coming into this country is massive. I mean, massive amount of drugs.
Yeah.
It's gun running. I mean, it's amazing the amount of illegal weapons that's brought into our streets. You know, that's what gets me. There's a lot of times there's automatic weapons brought in. You know them guns were not bought legally. They weren't brought into this country legally. It's amazing the amount of paperwork and such it takes to legally own an automatic weapon. Yes, you can buy one. Yes, it's like a 3-month process to get the permits to own the darn thing. But I don't know. People they're blind. They got these horse blinders on. They only want to look at what they want to look at. They don't want the truth. I know that. I know people like that. You know, I've been told, oh, I support illegal immigration. I said, well, I support legal immigration. Oh, I support both. No, you don't. Yes, I do. My God, we got to have these people in here to do the jobs Americans won't do.
Right.
All this bunch of crap. They buy into all this rhetoric. They don't understand the issue, and they don't want to understand it. That's what gets me. You know, but try to watch MSNBC or CNN or some of these. This is all the news they get. I mean, I can't watch it. I literally, I just can't watch it. It's that bad. You know. Well, you know, he's talking about Biden giving the secrets away how our munitions is now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there was a time where that was called treason. You know, you gave America's secrets away, that was called treason. Many a person has died for that very reason. You know, tried for treason and executed. And it's like, it's no big deal. It's no big deal. You know, we poured so much into Ukraine, and it's like, I don't get it. I hate to use this reference, but is this our next Vietnam? You know what I mean?
And I mean, all I continue hearing is it's pretty much they're in a stalemate. I mean, you know, Russia takes some territory, Ukraine takes it back. Russia takes territory. You know, they've been going back and forth. I mean, you know, supposedly Ukraine has their counteroffensive going now, but you know, as soon as that ends, then Russia starts their counteroffensive. Where does it end?
Yep, exactly. That's my point. Vietnam, that's how it was.
It's like somewhere.
I hate to say it, but it was like that in Afghanistan.
Somewhere down the line, there has to be some sort of a diplomatic resolution here. I mean, at what point will both sides agree, hey, this is never going to end? I've heard we got to get a news break there, though. Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Wall Street closed higher Monday as investors braced for the start of second quarter earnings season. Stocks rebounded from last week's sell-off to start the new week. Big banks, including J.P. Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo, and Citigroup, are all set to report results later in the week. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 209 points. The city of Memphis is attempting to stop a civil lawsuit filed by Tyree Nichols' mother and his estate.
The motion was filed saying the city was not responsible for Nichols' death, adding that it was 5 rogue police officers. Nichols was beaten by Memphis police during a traffic stop and died from his injuries days later. In the lawsuit, the city says that it does not condone the actions of the officers, but adds the city itself should not be held liable. Nichols' mother filed the $550 million lawsuit against the city, officers, and police chief. I'm Lisa Taylor.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Want to get the absolute most out of your workouts? Transparent Labs offer the finest pre-workout formulas to help you bulk or get lean and achieve your goals with stimulus-free supplements developed for peak performance. Transparent Labs is the industry-leading all-natural sports nutrition brand. The 100% grass-fed whey protein isolate is the cleanest protein supplement on the market. It tastes great, mixes well, and it's sourced from grass-fed, hormone-free U.S. cattle. All of Transparent Labs supplements are formulated using the most up-to-date scientific research in clinically effective dosages. Right now, get 20% off your first order at TransparentLabs.com with code RADIO at checkout. Use a clean supplement to help maximize your results with 100% natural ingredients and zero artificial sweeteners, colors, or flavors. Third-party lab tested for purity and potency. Get 20% off your first order today from TransparentLabs.com, code RADIO. Transparent Labs, driven by science, fueled by nature. Enter code RADIO at TransparentLabs.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, back at it here, and lines available at 844-844-3388. Talked to Scotty after the show yesterday morning, and we talked about passport renewals. Yeah, check the dates on your passport. You know, we went through several years there. A lot of people weren't traveling at all. I pulled mine out, and it actually expired in 2020, sure enough. And at first I said, oh, man, I thought he told me. I said, did you say it was you got 2 years, got a buffer zone where you can renew it? He said, no, it's actually 5. I said, thank goodness. So I got plenty of time to renew without having to go through the whole process of sending in the birth certificate and all that. But, yeah, for those that are going on the cruise, we're still 15 months away. But they kind of announced last week the State Department grappling with an unprecedented surge in passport demand as international travel resumes, prompting officials to urge Americans to check your passport, renew in advance if you're planning to travel abroad this year. In fiscal year 2022, the State Department issued a record-breaking nearly 22 million passports, and projections indicate this fiscal year, which ends in September, will actually surpass that record. That's resulted in approximately 400,000 passport applications per week. Yeah, volumes in January through May actually exceeded 500,000 applications every week. During certain weeks, the number of pending applications has doubled compared to the same period in the previous fiscal year. Now, due to the fluctuations, an overall backlog figure can't be provided right now, but it's been reported that Americans with summer travel plans should not expect passport processing times to return to the pre-pandemic levels probably till the end of the year. The processing time for new passports was extended for the third time by the department back in March. Travelers can expect to wait 10 to 13 weeks for routine processing, 7 to 9 weeks if you pay for the expedited processing. Now, prior to the pandemic, routine processing typically took 6 to 8 weeks. Expedited took 2 to 3 weeks. Now, it cost you an extra $60 for the expedited processing. But to address the overwhelming demand, the State Department says they've focused on bolstering the workforce. Staffing levels have been increased. Hundreds of additional personnel are currently in the hiring pipeline, they say. In an effort to expedite processing, spokesperson said that staff members have been working tens of thousands of overtime hours every month since January, with authorized overtime hours ranging from 30 to 40,000 hours every month. The State Department actually enlisted some volunteers from various divisions, including retirees and new hires, to join some of these surge teams dedicated to adjudicating passport applications before they assume other assignments. Right now, the only available method for scheduling an appointment is by calling the National Passport Information Center, but those appointments are extremely limited. Priority is given to life or death emergencies. Walk-in appointments are not permitted at passport agencies. They do say the State Department has tripled the number of lines at the National Passport Information Center. They are currently recruiting and training additional staff to handle the influx. Plus, they're now offering weekend service on Saturdays and Sundays, 10 a.m. till 3 p.m. Eastern Time. That's pretty wild. Last year, we saw a historic milestone for the State Department, record-breaking, nearly 22 million passports processed, marking the highest number since they started tallying passports back in 1974. So right now, passport renewal can only be done through in-person appointments or by mail. You check the status of your passport renewal or application on the designated web page provided by the State Department. As this international travel rebounds, officials strongly advise Americans verify the expiration date of that passport, but before making international travel arrangements. I mean, many countries require passports to be valid for at least 6 months beyond the planned departure date. So you can find all the information at the State Department website, but yeah, that's pretty wild. All right, back to the phones here, Senor Heatwave. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senor, for taking me a second time around. Two things. You were talking about the stuff getting returned, and looks like these stores are just throwing it away, being cheaper to do that. You know, when I was working for the evil Orange Empire, and was on the GM Ford accounts, what GM would do is the dealers would go ahead and look in their inventory, see what they had that was sitting the longest. And it didn't matter if it was stickers, application, or like if it says Chevrolet on the tailgate of a pickup. Well, I mean, it's not an individual letter that they have, it's the whole thing, but it's on a double sticky type of paper. Even the bow ties that they would put on the front grills, windshield wipers. You know, if it were on the shelf for a number of X number of days, you know, they would go ahead and turn paperwork in saying, hey, we have these returns that need to go back in addition to, say, transmission returns, engine returns, whatever. GM would go ahead and process that paperwork and then send paperwork back to them to say, okay, you need to go ahead and return this transmission, return this engine. But when it came to stickers and appliques, GM would tell the dealership, you're authorized to throw it away. Now, them damn things ain't cheap. I mean, hell, even the stickers are like $20, where you see it says Z71 on the back of these trucks, or 4x4 on the back of the trucks. If it was a Silverado, you know, it'd be a chrome-plated Silverado or Chevrolet. I mean, these things ain't cheap.
Mm-hmm.
But they were telling the dealers, yeah, it's okay, go ahead and throw it away. So, you know, as up to 4.5 years ago, that's what they were doing at the dealerships. I mean, that's a lot of damn money gone down the drain. So I don't know what the reasoning behind their idea to do that was, but yeah, that was, I thought, very wasteful. But then again, I kind of, since I was doing that, is the word I'm looking for. It benefited. I benefited from it to pay them a greatly reduced price for said items, or they would just say, here, you know, they're throwaway, so now they're yours. So, but yeah, that's what reminded me when you was talking about all the return items going back to the warehouses, and then they're making the decisions. Does it stay or does it go?
Mm-hmm.
So now, I think I was talking about the rockets in that submersible prior, the prior phone call, but then we got to a break, and then I completely brain farted, forgot all about it. I don't know if it was you or somebody else I was talking to or listening to, but said that Mythbusters had done an implosion on a tank to simulate what would have been done to the submersible. And I guess Mythbusters has been gone for a while, but you know, they had a train tanker, still on its wheels. But what they had done to show what an implosion would do, somehow they had to dent the tank itself, create damage, and then they put a pump on there, a vacuum pump, and they went ahead and showed, trying to simulate, an implosion underwater. Obviously, you don't have 6,000 pounds per square inch, but they were trying to duplicate that from inside the tank itself by sucking all the air out and continue to vacuum it. And what had happened was really surprising. It did actually in the middle, crunch, just lickety damn split. I mean, there was no warning, no sound. It was just boom. The one thing I did notice was that the ends of that tanker still, to a degree, were intact. It was flat in the middle, and it just kind of expanded out like a taco to the ends. And when they were talking that they had seen the glass port where everybody was looking out, intact on the bottom, and I guess the tail was still in its conical shape. That just kind of reinforced the idea that it wasn't that the window failed or the tail came off. The force of the implosion dead center going to the outsides forced the tail off and forced the window out. So I guess that means if somebody was at or near the tail section or at and near the window, maybe there was a body part or two that made it through that instead of getting pulverized. So I don't remember, like I said, I don't remember if it was you talking about that or if I was talking to one of the other drivers about the implosion. But I thought that was rather interesting that they did successfully simulate an implosion on a tanker car. And I'm not really for sure how well built the tanker car is on the train tracks, but I would suspect it was probably much better built than what that submersible was. But I mean, that just, wow, it blew my mind. So anyways, other than that, I just seen a sign here in Salt Lake City that was advertising that movie y'all were talking about,
Sound of Freedom.
Yeah. They just one of them electronic signs, sure enough, blaring it in full color. And I thought, well, it sounds like it is something that we need, that, I say we, but something that I need to see because, it may give me nightmares, but I mean, we can't sugarcoat the truth. I mean, if it's happening, it's happening. And, more people need to be made aware of this. And a lot of this is policies that we have, surprisingly enough, that is allowing this to go on. And other policies that other government have. And, I was screaming in the phone, Jeffrey Epstein. It was Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah.
Yeah, so... But yeah, I mean, the left wants to say, oh, there's no evil like that going on in this world. It's unicorn and fairy dust and pixies flying around. Yeah, well, they're probably flying around to cover up what is actually going on. And it, as much as it turns my stomach to know that this stuff is going on, I mean, the fear that's going through the children that are victims of this, whether it be sexual or for medical purposes, I mean, that's just absolutely disgusting. And, for Hollywood to blacklist people because of their beliefs in God and the beliefs in country and their beliefs that, only 2% of the population has that goes against the rest of the 98% for Hollywood to blacklist these people. I mean, well, John Snyder is a good one. He was Luke Duke from the Dukes of Hazzard. I mean, he's basically been blacklisted. So he's got his own production company to produce his movies. And from what I can tell, they are quality movies. You know, his I don't want to call it reenactment, but his portrayal of Smokey and the Bandit putting a Screaming Eagle on a Charger or Challenger, that went a little far. But I mean, you know, it was funny, I thought. So, but you know, when he's bringing up these movies that are concerning the American flag and what it is to be a patriot, and how a citizen's rights are one that believes in God and in country, where their beliefs are being attacked by other people, and if that causes a Hollywood actor to be blacklisted, then there ain't something wrong with John Snyder. There's something definitely wrong with Hollywood. And, you know, I've got a bumper sticker on my pickup that said, just because you're offended doesn't mean you're right. So we'll just leave it at that. You have a good morning, senor.
And that is a true statement. Hey, thank you much, Heatwave. Back into...
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. I thought you might have been off tonight. What's going on, hippopotamus?
Yes.
Did we lose you? Hello. I think either you hit the mute or you disappeared. I'm not exactly sure. Or maybe he's just having a difficult night keeping a cell. All right, well, try us back there. Ain't got a lot of time left, though. The anonymous hippopotamus. Just imagine going through the TSA lines, the airport, being checked through the security lines. To get through the end of the line, find, hey, all the money you had in your wallet's gone. Or that diamond ring you had put in the bowl there disappeared. In what they're describing is a very disturbing breach of trust, an affront to national security. 3 TSA agents have been arrested and charged for stealing from passengers at Miami International Airport. The TSA agents identified as Elizabeth Fuster, 22 years old, Labarius Williams, 33, Joshua Gonzalez, 20 years old, implicated in organized schemes to defraud unsuspecting passengers at the busy Miami International Airport's Checkpoint E. Following a tip from the airport's federal security director, a detective launched a probe into the allegations. A comprehensive review of surveillance footage revealed a devious pattern. The trio would distract passengers during routine security screenings and slyly pilfer from their belongings. In one particular incident, the agents were caught on camera removing $600 from a passenger's wallet. Speaking on the case, the TSA spokesperson asserted the organization's commitment to upholding high ethical standards. Who would ever think you're going to get robbed in the TSA security line, no less? All right, they gave you all the typical legal mumbo-jumbo, but in light of the evidence and formal interviews with at the TSA Command Center, 2 of them, both Fuster and Gonzalez, opted to waive their rights, actually confessing their misdeeds in written statements. Williams, however, chose to exercise his rights and remain silent. Pending completion of the investigation and administrative actions, the accused agents obviously have been removed from their screening duties. I'm not sure how much time they may face. Thinking that's pretty significant, though. Stealing from the actual passengers coming through the TSA security line. All right, with that final moments here, one time, quick reminder that for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, generators, collector cars, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. So when storing your engine, make sure you store it the right way with Sta-Bil. And of course, don't forget you can save 15% off your entire Sta-Bil order by going to goldeagle.com and use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. It's that simple. Hopefully, we'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight, Eastern Time, and we'll do it all over again. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.